And as you can probably tell by the sound of the microphone not being off, and the sound of me forgetting yet again to mute my fucking broadcast monitor. Again, with the fucking and the forgetting, Car is going to be ha 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 laughing at me yet again because of, the self-generated Echotron. I am Flynn Church. I am live, and this is the Church of Flynn. This is Wednesday. No, it is Thursday. Wow, I forgot what day it is, too. I'm batting 1,000 here. It is Thursday, May 17th. Dropping my phone on my hand. Ow. Thursday, May 17th, 2012. It is a day. I haven't been outside, so I don't know how lovely it is today. Listen to the sound of me sorting soda cans. I am full of hush puppies and chicken, which is a good combination to be full of, and I am ready for some punnery. Some sweet, creamy punnery. So how are people today? If you're watching in the archive, feel free to shout out how well you feel, even though I won't hear you. My psychic projection network will pick up your comments, and I will respond to you via the same. I'm inside your head, you just don't know it. So on today's episode of The Church of Flynn, Flynn Church plays Callahan's Crosstime Saloon, Carr deals with his drug addiction, and Red Wolf wonders how to handle bullies who are questioning his sexuality. Tune in, 8 p.m. Eastern, here on The Church Network. Anyway, let's start the game, because I don't have much else to say. I keep wanting to go to CCD, and CCD is not Callahan's. It's kind of something different. When last we left you, you were at Piotr's family castle in Transylvania. No, we actually weren't. We were nowhere near there. We were a significant distance from there. Alright. Okay, if you can quit anytime you want, then why don't you just uninstall it now? Pardon me for a second while I get the volume mixer out. Just, stop playing. Matter of fact, why don't you give your copy away? Excuse me. Excuse me a lot. Keep the bells. Okay. It's way too early to put the sugar in the pot now, man. If there was any one single unifying theme in this landscape, it would be dripping. The trees drip with vines, blossoms, bugs, birds, just an amazing variety of life. You start to climb the tree.
Hey, there's animals up there. Pay attention, Stonebender. We're in the jungle.
Hey, back. I'm as on top of things as you are.
Okie dokie. Thank you for that opening pun. The ground is rockier in this area, and the forest underbrush thins out quickly. You dig around in the ground a little at the heel of your shoe, but find other than a few priceless artifacts that wouldn't look right in your living room, you find nothing at all. Dozens of plant species vie for moisture, sunlight, and soil in the thickly festoonment. You thrash along amongst the plant life.
What are you doing?
Looking for a fungi.
You and me both.
Rim shot. It's too hard to pick. They all look so good. You had ornamental food just last night. Come on. How quickly it begins. Jagged boulders are strewn about the area like the deep, steep crudgies that... Oh, yeah. Sleep crudgies. There's gotta be cacao beans around here somewhere.
I don't think that...
Did it mention the mosaic on the pedestal?
Yeah, it says life. The symbol of life will open. The leaf must be the symbol.
Square ivy-covered pillars form an impressive facade. The vines are thick enough to support your weight. You climb to the top of the pillar, but the stones are unbroken and you see no other way to get into the temple. Well, it's through the door. The large fallen tree blocks your way.
Jack, could you get this log off me?
I don't know why it keeps saying, Jack, get this tree off me. And log off me. It's not me saying it. Let's burn the trees. Fire can be your friend, but not indiscriminately. You just have to restrain your pyromaniacal tendencies. Okay, so I can't just faff about with those. I need to get into the grove, I think. Let's see what Josie's got to say.
Yes, you wearing the flannel shirt in the middle of the jungle?
I wish I hadn't worn flannel.
You can certainly go bare-chested if you want to.
I'm thinking about it, but there are a lot of insects and spiders and assorted wildlife. I'd like to keep away from baby's skin.
Yes, but if you pass out from the heat, I'll have to drag you around with me by the ankles, and that might be worse for you.
Fair enough.
Yes, you wearing...
I wish there was a snake bite kit in that medical kit.
Oh, you don't have anything to worry about.
That's a relief.
Anything that bites us here would kill us like that. Wouldn't even have time to get out the snake bite kit.
That's comforting.
My maternal instincts are kicking in again.
Let's kick your maternal instincts a little
Yes,
bit.
you wearing the...
How are we going to get past this tree?
Too bad you're not more pumped up. You could just toss it out of the way.
I was just asking.
And I was just telling you. Yes, you...
How are we going
Too bad you...
I was...
And I was...
Okay. So we're gonna need a jack, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Quite a chocoholic.
What's quite a chocoholic doing with a cacao? Just displaying them a la Carol Merrill?
No, apparently he's playing a primitive game called Pods, in which you throw the pods onto each other and see if you can get them to flip over.
He's playing Pogs.
I love the way this...
Come here. They buried them at different depths.
To think they found so many stones that look so much alike.
They're all broken off of the same large rock.
Not much of a floor.
Are you kidding? This is a spectacular piece of craftsmanship. Jake,
It's in...
it could be...
Well...
Okay. I told him the cauldron back up. I think I'm gonna need it though. Sunken fire pit is probably the source of the unpleasant smoky smell. Yeah, we already did that part.
Maybe we can roll the...
Right.
Maybe...
Okay, well that's not working.
It ain't no sphinx.
Jack, could you get this log off me?
This long dead tree is blocking the archway. Gotta be some way
Yes,
to
you-
deal with that.
How are we...
Too bad you're not more pumped up. You could just toss it out of the way.
I was just...
And I was just telling you.
I already used the tape. And that leads back to the airstrip.
God, look at all that nothingness. This is exactly what happened to the Sahara forest.
You mean the Sahara Desert?
Yeah, now.
Keeping low, you wander out into the fields. Suddenly you hear a voice.
You build it. They will come. Hey, did you hear that?
Hear what?
There. I could swear that's the voice of Kevin Costner's dad.
I think the sun is getting to you.
You and Josie move back into the underbrush into your spot near the shack. So I need cacao beans or pods or something. I'm gonna stop doing that sometime. There we go.
What in...
Ralph taught me this. Took me down to
Maybe...
That leads to the ruins. Ferns grow in profusion everywhere you look, flourishing in the loamy soil.
this flourishing.
I
Oh,
hope you're being...
that's the Bennigan's line, yeah.
Goodness, let me see if I have something to put this in.
You've reeled in Guzman's abandoned parachute. We got that. Oh, I didn't know I could do that either. No! God, stop quitting. Or is it a tree-like little bush? I don't know. It's hard for me to care. Mm-hmm.
Hey, I just got a great idea.
Careful, you could be...
Charged with transporting a mine across for... yeah. I have a receding airline. Ha ha ha, that's a joke. I thought I saw something. This tree looks tormented, as twisted, as if a gigantic Japanese gardener had been at it. This one's too easy, and besides, it looks like it's having a rough time of it. Oh, okay, don't. With Josie's help, you try to climb one of the vines. Because some of the vines have smaller shoots that try to catch in your clothes, you get tangled up.
This is another vine mess you've got me into.
Thanks for that, Gabe. Thanks for that. Jesus. Jesus, mother, and something. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. That's the phrase I was looking for. The mists. The pendulous clouds shrouding the mountaintops make the deserted city look like a mirage or an illusion. Actually, it's just like when you see puddles of water on the highway in front of you. What you're actually seeing is the reflection of another ancient deserted city a few hundred miles away. You brought the wrong game. Oh, God. play Myst. You bought the wrong game. The twitch in my eyes is getting worse every couple of hours.
Wow, misty mountains.
How could I? They're right there.
Me personally, I would have made a joke about hopping, but that's me. The Reverend Mother was exaggerating. You don't have to climb every mountain. Alright, so somehow or another we gotta get that tree out of the way. Well, I said that I'm looking at tree, not temple anteroom. Daylight streams in through this blocked archway. The large fallen tree blocks your way.
Jack, could you get this log off me?
Cheater, anyone can climb a tree when it's lying on its side. Alright. I'm glad to see Gribdon is succeeding. I really kind of am. Alright. I thought I did that, though. It didn't give me shit. Oh, well, that I missed. You clamber up the host tree, grab the walkie-talkie, and stick it in your back pocket. You have a standard issue walkie-talkie, Gooseman's finest. Alright, let's see then. So, if we're supposed to jack the tree... Looks like the old jalopy is gassed up and ready to roll. In the Jeep that he just fixed. Yes, sir, we're going for the Jeep laughs tonight. You notice some kind of serial number on the back of the Jeep. C5. The man who answers your squawk is chewing something as he speaks. You can't understand him.
This is Alanis. Get over here. I think there's something wrong with this whiskey.
You're shocked to hear the man say, okay. Close up, the man from the Jeep is no prettier than he was from far away. The man who calls himself Alanis is very flustered and very angry, very much a bully. So let's see. Steal the Jeep! There are no keys in the ignition and you'd never be able to get it hot-wired without that worker hearing you. Besides, you need to head into the forest, not out into the open. You carefully extract precisely one tire iron and one Jeep jack from the back of the Jeep.
Are you a Jeep or a sport utility vehicle?
Great Caesar's ghost, I'm a sport utility vehicle, and don't call me Jeep.
What? Alright, well, we can now jack that tree, so let's go back into the thing. Okay, put the Jeep jack under the tree. And we'll operate the Jeep jack. You slip the flat end of the tire iron into the slot and bear down. At first, it seems like the jack will give way. The tire iron itself looks like it's bending. Within a few strokes, the gnarled tree begins to rise. Dirt and leaves patter to the stone floor. The jacks on the whole seems tentative at best. You stop pumping just before the jack reaches its height limit, giving you just enough berth to slip underneath. GOC looks at trepidation at the tree. You plan to foot on it and lean your weight into it, figuring that if the tree stays up, fine. If the tree falls over, it will have rolled back enough to permit you to squeeze over the top. But the jack is bitten into the wood and seems solidly in place. We no longer say trees are top-heavy or overgrown. We say that they're bushy or beautiful, or that they're trees of size, or that they're big-branched. You gather all of the branches you can find. The fallen tree's branches are thick but brittle and dry. Alright, so we're here now. An old stone well lies in the middle of the path that runs the length of the grove. There are the 3 tiers of cacao trees on each side of the grove extend to the opposite end, hundreds of yards away. A narrow path, stone covered with layers of dirt and leaves, stretches from one end of the grove to the other. You examine the path closely for trapdoor salvageable objects hidden by fill, hieroglyphic stones, keys, books, orbs, coins, plants with unusual properties, and animals that express an interest in befriending you. Unfortunately, the only trapdoor you find leads to another trapdoor further down the path. The hieroglyphic stones don't tell you anything, and you can't find any locks to fit the half-dozen keys you find. The books are all too rotted to read, the orbs are broken, and the coins are all bent. Other than that, you find nothing at all. The branches aren't within reach. Oh, I'd like to climb one, thanks. How about this one? How about I just take a cacao pod? You take some of the cacao pods. You and Josie crush the husks with your feet until you have a sizable pile of beans. Yay, beans! A yuckier, more mucilaginous pile of beans you've yet to see. Yes, well, they taste delicious, so you know that's what matters. Many other plants and bushes, not to mention a few trees of other sorts, are growing right alongside the cacao. You yank on a few leaves, but your heart just isn't into that sort of wanton destruction. Wow, nice scenery, I'll admit. The branches aren't within reach. Aw. Let's go down into the well. You make your first mistake by climbing into the well head first instead of feet first, as any sane person would do. Josie holds onto your ankles while you're down as far as she can reach. You make a mental note to try this again when you have some rope or something. She pounds the toes of your sneakers into the crumbling mortar so as to give you a couple of toe holds. Then she lets go. You start to sweat as you consider your position.
Okay. I'm a man. Let's go. Just like climbing up a steep cliff, only gravity's working with me instead of against me, so it should be easier.
The moment you pull your toe out of its toe hold, your legs fall away from the wall and down you go end over end.
Well, after such a fall as this, I shall think nothing of tumbling downstairs. How brave they'll all think me at home.
The next thing you remember is Josie giving you mouth-to-mouth, which might have been memorable if you didn't have a gullet full of well water.
I want you to sit down for a while and just think about what you did.
I had fun. Tall stone walls enclose the grove on both sides, receding into the distance. You clamber up on the stone wall and look out over the top. In one direction you can make out more forest in the ancient sprawling city. In the other direction you can vaguely make out plumes of diesel exhaust from the heavy equipment in the distance.
What's that big round thing?
Boulder.
Okay. Tell me what that big round thing is right now.
Sorry, that was... The temple rises majestically out of the mists. Or so it seems. In reality, the temple is staying in the same place and the mist is falling majestically around the temple. Plus, the ground you're standing on is soft and squishy, so you're sinking a little. Tall stone walls enclose... Yeah, that's not the thing I thought it was going to be. Alcoves, possibly tunnels or alternate entrances of some sort, appear at fixed intervals all around the stone wall. You start to check the alcoves to see if they lead anywhere. They're choked with leaves, insect nests, webs made by either very large or very industrious spiders, vines, and a variety of animal dens and the occasional snake. You decide to forego further exploration until and unless you are outfitted with a great deal of protective gear. Works for me. Okay. Let's use the nutcracker with the cacao beans. Using the nutcracker does you no good. Let's put the cacao beans in the cauldron. Okay. Let's put the sugar cane in. No, it's way too early. Okay. Let's put the branches in the fire pit. Note, the following conversation has had all of its sparkling wit and flippant commentary removed and replaced with artless exposition and overly obvious hints so that you can see what you'd be getting with a cheaper, lower quality computer adventure game.
Oh, great. You dropped those branches right in the fire pit. Now you've got ashes all over them. They'll be useless. What shall we do with them?
I'm sorry. Maybe we should just burn them and forget about them.
What, you mean create a fire here in the fire pit? Can we do that?
Yes, I think we can.
Oh, Jake, I'm so glad you're here to do the thinking for us.
Hey, I am the hero. It is what I do.
Yeah, they kind of are, aren't they? Okay, the cauldron. Let's put the cauldron on the tripod.
Are you trying to make dirty cacao bean soup?
I shouldn't be.
Then why are you?
Maybe I should just stop then.
Okay. You start a small fire in the fire pit. Okay. Hey, let's read the brochure that talks about the process of making chocolate. The beans are scooped from their pods, washed, and then roasted. Each bean is cracked to reveal its nib, the stuff of which chocolate is made. The nibs are ground between enormous steel rollers several times to achieve a smooth quality. Really? We already did the scooped from the pods thing. We need to wash it, though. However are we going to wash so many beans at once? We'll probably put the cauldron in the well. We need a rope. Or a vine or something. There's a lot of things about 5 I think they fucked up. I really kind of do. You throw a bean down into the well. After what seems like a very long time, you hear a very, very tiny splash.
Out with it, Jake.
Guess what? I can still taste that pretzel.
Lovely.
I can just feel it sitting there like a lump in my stomach.
That's more information than I really needed, but thanks for sharing. Out with it, Jake. Just say...
You know what a crumple zone is? It's a euphemism for a really cheap, flimsy section of a car. Really, they make this out to be a feature, and all it is a part of the car that's made of plastic or aluminum foil. Who are they kidding? The crumple zone is the entire inside of the car and the entire outside of the car.
This is a non sequitur, right?
Not entirely. I was thinking of making crunch bars out of the chocolate and marketing them. But you couldn't call them crunch bars because Nestle already has that trademark, so I was trying to think of adjectives I could use instead. First I thought of crush, but that's taken too, and then I thought of crumble, and that naturally led to crumple, and from there it was just a short hop to crumple zones.
You're a sick man, Jake Stonebender.
Could be an early symptom of malaria.
Gee, it was a... Long conversation.
Can you make other things out of cacao beans, like glass?
Well, that's like the only water I think I've seen in the whole game so far. You try putting the beans on the gas pump, but it doesn't seem to accomplish anything. There's no answer. Well, obviously that's not the right answer then. Next time one of your WW-1 aircraft needs routine maintenance, you know just who to ask. Leave him alone. A man doesn't like to be disturbed when he's buffing his struts. I know I don't. The corrugated metal hangar looks to be in pretty good shape considering it was probably thrown up in a half an hour. With the locals on the lookout, strolling into the hangar would probably spell doom for both of our intrepid heroes. You know, that should have been obvious. So let's pry open these cases. You jam the flat end of the tire iron under the crate's lid and bear down on it. With a squeal of complaint, the nails pull out and the lid opens. Pulling it off the rest of the way, you discover that the crate is full of electronics gear. Let's take this coaxial cable. You glom the coaxial cable. Among the packing material is a large amplifier, a number of speakers, and a big empty space where there used to be a coaxial cable before you appropriated it. You replace the lid on the crate and bounce on it a few times so it doesn't stick up.
Josie, can you...
What?
Well...
It's...
Wielding the flat end of the tire iron, you're able to pry open the side of the crate. You love these new starch packing peanuts because you can eat them right out of the box, and they taste just like most breakfast cereal. You consider taking a handful of packing peanuts for a snack later on, but then you realize there are all sorts of nuts and berries to be found outside. Using the flat spatula tip of the tire iron, you pry open the box, revealing the underside of a small refrigerator. You see the underside of a small refrigerator. Okay, we opened this one. Amongst the styrofoam peanuts, you find a very complicated looking remote control and various pieces of mounting hardware. Why bother? They'll just pry it open again.
The heck with it.
That's... Wow, that...
Alright, well, we got cable now. Looping the cable through the cauldron's massive handles, you tie several big knots.
Those are all slip knots.
Trust me.
You yank on the cable to prove the strength of your knots. On your third and hardest yank, the cauldron slips out of the knots and clatters to the floor, making a horrendous racket that hurts your ears. Josie grabs the cables from you and deftly weaves a pattern of small, tight knots that hog-ties the cauldron perfectly and hands it back to you.
Oh, yeah, well, if I wanted to show off.
Okay, put the beans back in the cauldron. Ew. You lower the pot into the stone well. When you pull it back out, you find a cauldron full of water.
All right, we scored water.
Your beans wash away as well.
Jake, look.
Reach for the sky. Reach for the sky, I say to you. I am warning you. Reach, or you will have your own blood on your hands. Do not try my patience. Do not try my patience for a longer time. All right, don't reach for the sky. Very good.
You reach for the sky. Guzman grins at you cockily.
So, We meet again. Turn around.
I'm turning
Take
around.
the map out of his pants and toss it to me.
Yuffie Josie, pull the map from your belt.
Hey, time cop.
And the walkie-talkie.
The weight of the walkie-talkie is lifted from your hip.
Every hero becomes a bore. Ralph Waldo Emerson.
Turn around again slowly.
Yeah? Well, up yours too, buddy. David Mamet.
Stop suppressing a laugh. You are in big or hot trouble with bottled water. I am going to get the authorities. Mr. Kiskolon, he's going to be very upset. Very upset.
Fine. You go tell Mr. Kiskolon that we are very upset with him. We are very angry at him. So you go get him right now and bring him here right away. And bring the authorities with you.
Okay. Don't go away. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Guzman walks backwards towards the entrance, trying to keep you at aim as he does so. He trips, stands up, dusts himself off.
It's okay. I didn't hurt myself.
Finally, he squeezes under the tree and is gone. You and Josie look at each other, but you're not sure what to say, so you both shrug. The pods are slightly fragrant, but the fragrance bears no resemblance to chocolate. You lick one of the pods. It tastes like nothing and feels like licking onion skin. Okay. Your beans now look amazingly clean. Huzzah, we have clean beans. It's Dr. Robotnik's clean bean machine. Wait, that was something different. Okay, put the cauldron on the
We
tripod.
want to roast the beans, not boil them. We should dump out the water first.
Well, why don't you do this?
You're the natural-born leader around here.
That I am not.
Yes, you are.
You hold the beans back with one hand as you pour the water out of the pot. Oh, thanks for helping me out there. Alright, so we'll hit the fire with the bellows. You built a fire with the fire pit, but it's too low to do much good. Now that the bellows is patched, you can use it to pump air onto the fire, making it burn brighter, hotter, and higher. The beans begin to exude an aroma. You and Josie take turns stirring them with the bamboo pole to ensure that they roast evenly. When all the beans appear to be properly colored, no small feat in a room with so little light, you remove them from the fire and let them cool a while. Okay, then we have to use the nutcracker to break the beans. Using the nutcracker, you extract chocolate nibs from the roasted beans. Then we put the beans back in the pot. We put the pot back on the
They're
tripod.
supposed to be smooth at this point, Jake. Don't cook them yet.
Oh, right. With the cleaned, roasted, cracked cacao bean all broken off and cleaned away, you're left with a pile of nibs greasy with cocoa fat and a slight chocolatey fragrance. Now we're supposed to roll this between two steely thingies of rolling this. Do we have two steel rolly things of rolling this? Hello, sir. Welcome to Das Show. I'm glad to be having you. Yeah. What do we have that we could roll das nibs through? Nothing in my inventory. Can't think of anything that was out there. Okay, that's awkward. So I'm guessing that's telling me I can't go back to the airfield. The tree is covered with spiky dead branches of all sizes. You haven't even begun to use up the ones you've already taken. The image on the wall has split into two immense slabs. Intriguing. I would have not expected that. You pull up on the bottom slab, then on the top slab, but neither has any give. So let's take the gold stones back. Wumpus. And then we'll put the gold stones back. And we'll take our ground nibs. You scrape the paste off the slab and into the pot, trying hard to lose as little as possible. Why am I making chocolate again?
Don't we have to add something first?
You put the sugar cane into the cauldron.
Hey, smell that? God, that's incredible. Here, we have to conk them.
A mere bag of shells.
You keep stirring, and I'll use the bellows to cool the surface of the chocolate.
Yes, sir, Mrs. Ghirardelli, sir.
After a quarter of an hour of conking, when the aroma of sweet melted chocolate could not be any more heady, you remove the pot from the fire. In an unmistakably ironic combination of ancient and modern technologies, you've attached a coaxial cable to an iron cauldron. You have chocolate in the cauldron. You please only pour the chocolate into appropriate containers. I was actually going to say pour it there, but it doesn't seem to want to think that way. Ah, well. So where in the world should we pour this chocolate now that we have it? Ugh. Maybe I can pour it into the box. You pour the liquid chocolate into the small box, then working the bellows, you blow cool air on the liquid chocolate, thus causing the chocolate to set or harden. You gently remove a finished chocolate bar from the molding. The bar of chocolate may be coarsely manufactured, but it's also the mellowest, smoothest, most delectable chocolate you've ever tasted. You're going to try making it last a long time by giving it only very tiny nibbles. What's up? Hey, it's Guzman and Kisscolin. Guzman says nothing. He'll let Sigmund do the talking.
Don't talk to them. They have work to do.
A disinterested Brazilian national consults a familiar-looking map. This Brazilian worker is unloading dynamite. This is not good. A crate of explosives sits on the ground.
Leave him alone. He's doing his job.
Your good friend Guzman eyes you with distaste. It's Sigmund Kizkolin, president of Faxon Castaroga, greedy despot, single-handed destroyer of inestimable natural resources, and to be fair, the guy who paid for your tickets, bucko. The sweat glistens on Sigmund's forehead as he directs his attention to you.
I'd like to explain.
Explain what? The stolen airplane tickets? The fact that you are at this moment trespassing? I don't want your explanations. I am, however, offering you a choice. You may stay here and be delivered into the hands of the Brazilian courts. I believe they will be most interested to hear how two Americans pushed a Brazilian national out of his own airplane. Or you may come back to the United States with me and face criminal charges there for theft and fraud. My lawyers are also working on an extensive civil suit.
You think of a million things to say, but listening's never been Sigmund's strong suit, and he's not going to start now.
I'm going to watch them level this ruin. Once that's finished, you'll come with me. And don't think about running into the jungle. Mr. Guzman here will be keeping tabs on you. And I've authorized him to use whatever force necessary to ensure that you don't escape.
Well, here, why don't you have this? You hand the chocolate bar to Kiskolan.
Watch this.
It's a chocolate bar. Sort of.
Made from the trees in that temple.
This could be poison.
It isn't. I'll eat some if you don't believe me.
Sigmund breaks off a piece of the chocolate and gives it to you, smiling nastily. Without hesitation, you pop the piece into your mouth. Sigmund raises an eyebrow. The chocolate is unlike anything you've ever tasted. The crudity of the manufacture has left the texture slightly gritty, but you're virtually unconscious of the flaw. The small, thick chunk of sweet chocolate begins to melt the moment you close your mouth. It dissolves over your tongue. The flavor is intense, with only the vaguest suggestion of bitterness, yet with a predominant mellowness that suggests dairy milk chocolate. Kiskolan, Josie Guzman, everybody fades into the background. Every nerve fiber in your body receives waves of intoxicated pleasure from the indescribable melange of flavors. Your reaction must have been pretty convincing.
Ooh. Oh. Oh. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Okay, tasty break. Hello.
This is this chocolate?
That's exactly what it is, and it grows only one place on Earth. And you're about to blow it up and cut it down.
That's some chocolate.
Shut up.
Josie makes an appeal to Kiskolan to spare the trees. Something about the chocolate makes him suddenly an easy sell. Not only does he not promise not to cut the trees, but then he vows to cultivate them and sell the pods to the highest bidder. Next thing you know, Josie shakes you.
We can go back now.
It's okay.
We got it. We did it, Jake.
Yeah, okay. Good.
Are you all right?
I'm good. Can we take some of that chocolate back with us?
I'm way ahead of you. Made a bar for each of us while you were in your rapture over there. Thank you, Jake.
Oh, my pleasure.
Josie touches the band on her wrist and the world fades to white. Editor's note. What follows is a rather gushy scene in which Josie extols her virtues to the high heavens. We'll spare you the embarrassing details because we know how shy you are. To everybody else in the bar, you've only been gone 10 minutes, but of course you and Josie know better. Then Josie pops out for a moment. In the meantime, you recount your adventures to the rapt audience at the bar, ending with the fact that you're not so sure the chocolate you returned with should be legal. It's that addicting. You also describe the Temple of Yargan. Doc points out the reason for the similarity with a horrendous pun about what's Mayan is Yarin, but we'll skip that too. Except you didn't. Josie pops back into the bar more ecstatic than ever because she says, we've done it. She tells you that Faxon chocolate is alive and well in the future and that the government had to make it a controlled substance. Kiskolan keeps his word up to a point. As she explains, he dies in about another 10 years, weighing in at over 1,100 pounds. They couldn't get him to a cemetery. They just cut a few strategic slits in the frame of his house, let his body fall down to the basement, and buried him there. You feel great for having helped Josie, but of course your work for tonight is far from done. Section 2, complete! Peter Papoopee! So we have now finished Josie's story. So, I wonder if I can get anything out of the homeless guy. Nope. How about the biker?
Yes, Jake.
The chocolate we made in Brazil is probably addictive.
May I taste that?
You hold out the chocolate bar, and the man touches it lightly. He then lifts a finger to his lips, tastes it, and with a smile, crude, ill-formed, asymmetrical, but a smile anyway, comes over his face.
This is wonderful. You say it's addictive chocolate.
I don't know if you could market it under that name, but yeah. That's what it is.
Thank you. That was delicious.
I thought so. The Chocolate That Saved the Rainforest by Jake Stonebender. I like it.
So we've dealt with Josie and Piotr.
Good job, Jake. You couldn't have done it without us.
Now that I got my bar tab back, set me up.
You're the big winner tonight. Your drinks are on the house for the evening. As long as you're not buying rounds for everybody.
Twist my arm.
Mike hands you a Bushmills, which, uncharacteristically, you toss back as if it were a shot.
What's up with that?
I don't know. Somehow I feel like I'm not going to be here long tonight.
Interesting.
Jake,
Let's you and I go back to Casimir's someday, Mickey. You'd fit right in.
why?
Well, nobody is average there. Everybody is exceptional. The tolerance for variety is probably at least as great there as it is here. Even better, I suspect.
Big Mickey Finn, the cybernetic assassin.
Want to try some homemade chocolate?
That stuff has no effect on me. I tried it once, years ago.
Maybe you didn't inhale.
Ladies and gentlemen, a Bill Clinton joke. Doo-doo-doo-ba-doo-boo. Boom.
Hello, human being?
When's the last time you called your mothership? I'm sure she worries about you.
I contact the mothership on what I feel is a frequent basis. Yet this always seems insufficient to her. Why is this?
She's your mothership. That's just the way she is.
Sometimes I feel that I cannot make the mothership pleased, no matter what I do.
That's the nature of motherships. It's almost as if they're not happy unless they have something to complain about.
Beat up boop ba doo boom.
Hello, human being?
Have you ever tasted chocolate?
I do not remember chocolate.
You break off a small piece of chocolate and hold it out to Squish. Squish's tongue flicks around it from a variety of angles before encircling it and pulling it into his mouth. A moment later, it's expelled forcefully from his nose, flies across the bar, ricochets off the back of Tommy Jansen's head, and lands in the sink.
Didn't care for it?
On my planet, we shampoo with it.
Right then.
Hello.
How'd you happen to wander in tonight?
For reasons unknown to me, this structure appeared on my monitor. Other Earth structures do not appear. This seemed worthy of investigation. Perhaps it was an anomaly.
Not a chance.
Yep, not a fucking chance in hell.
Hello?
Tell me about your race.
Our planet is secure. Our system for government is short, and our chief exports are silk, and pork. What else would you like to know?
That, this actor got paid a lot for spitting onto a microphone.
Why are you visiting Earth?
Squish's eyes begin to dribble tears freely, and small orange blots break out on his nose and cheeks.
I believe you've embarrassed him.
Maybe they need women.
Good luck.
Squish wipes his eyes with the back of a claw.
If I explain, will you help?
Yes.
Are you prepared to help me?
Does he have to decide right this moment?
No. I will be here for an indefinite period of time. You may inform me of when you are prepared to hear me out and help me.
Nope, let's go for it now. Anything else I need to do here can wait till I get back.
Squish's eyes begin to flow freely again, this time probably out of gratitude. Whatever this guy's been sitting on, it's been burning a hole in his heart.
I've already told him about the option, so he knows the routine.
Sure enough, sniffling and fidgeting, Squish ambles over to the chalk mark. Everyone shuts up. Some of them even recognize Squish's attempt to clear his throat.
To self-determination.
He throws his glass into the fireplace.
Do I reveal now?
You don't have to say a word if you don't want to.
I very much want to. I come from a planet that your scientific community has not yet discovered. We have been keeping it a secret from your race for tens of millions of your Earth weekends. We have been observing the progression of your technology. You are now showing early signs of movement within space. The Zikr are alarmed that your maturation is not commensurate with your technological ability. Your technology is used for the subjugation and destruction of your own kind. It has not been our desire to impede your exploration of all that is beyond your planet. But we have attempted to lessen the aggression that remains within you. Within the orbit of your planet, we have situated an unoccupied satellite. The satellite emits a pulse targeted.
He directs a look of confusion at Mickey Finn.
Squish isn't too familiar with the language yet. The satellite he's talking about emits a pulse tuned to the molecular frequency of the hormone testosterone. Somehow, the pulse makes the hormone dissipate, though he himself isn't sure whether the testosterone undergoes a shift that renders it inert, or lessens its effect, or if it is actually leached in some fashion from the human body.
You and Noah exchange a glance. That would explain the recent downturn in bombings and terrorist activity.
Maybe that's why I'd been a little off. It certainly explains why I've been a little less testy.
Oh, very funny. You couldn't even make a hormone with that one.
Why are you telling us about this, Squish?
Wouldn't be the first time we've had illegal aliens seeking asylum here.
I cannot refuse the will of the Zikr. I, however, still retain the ability to speak out against the action taken against your planet. To my mind, subjugating a planet in the name of peace results in a false peace.
If you're looking for absolution, you're going to need to help us find a way to destroy that satellite. You know that, don't you?
I am here as its on-site installation technician. The interconnection of my mind with that of the Zikr prevents me from overt interference.
Squish digs into a pocket and extracts something that looks vaguely like a keychain. He flings it to the bar, sliding it several feet away from him.
Oops. Now I have lost the key to my shuttle.
Squish, what would happen if somebody other than the then one of your people took your shuttle? Could they destroy the satellite with it?
No. The shuttle offensive systems will not fire upon friendly hardware. But, theoretically, if one were to dismantle the correct emitter circuitry and render it inoperable, the Zikr might not be able to detect this. But if I were to find out about it, I could not help but report it.
Well, I think I'll go outside, get some air.
You immediately walk over towards the bar. Squish pretends to notice some dirt under his claws. You quietly fold your fingers around the keychain and slip your hand into your pocket.
Think I'll go with you.
Maybe I'd be a better choice.
Oh, I figure I got more personal stake in this than you do.
Squish, about that shuttle of yours. Let's say someone were to steal it, heaven forbid. How would they operate something so foreign?
We are just talking theoretically, correct?
Naturally.
There would be nothing to be afraid of, even for a human pilot. The shuttle capabilities are minimal. The controls are obvious, though it may require some experimentation to understand their functions. The circuitry will not allow you to cause damage to yourself, nor take you beyond orbit.
Hey,
Let's be careful out there.
So we're about to become Stonebender in space. It's kind of fun to say. I should do that more often. And I am really glad that Squish is not coming with us, because another 20 minutes to 3 hours of just little flicker would really just drive me nuts, more nuts than I already am. Okay, that's his Bel Air. Mickey Finn's Explorer. Josie's Cycle. Doc's Roadster. My truck. Joe's Wrangler. Squish's keyring features a holographic chip with his likeness, spiky green beard and matching teeth, sagging pulpy face, huge liquid eyes, and his 4 standard issue arms. It also has a small pad with a square button and a small tube of glowing fluid for finding your keys in the dark. You push the button on Squish's keyring and the ground trembles for a moment as a large spaceship warps into view. Holy shit! Well, that was most unexpected, I'll tell you what.
Wow, I want one of those.
Let's get on the platform. You step onto the platform, Noah right behind you, and it whisks you into the shuttle. The platform seals itself into the floor of the saucer. That's odd, you'd think. The saucer looks enormous from the outside, but is horrifyingly cramped on the inside. The race that created such a craft either has never learned how to properly harness the warping of space. Most great races glom onto the fact that it's better to make something look smaller outside and be larger inside, or they just simply never learned to pack properly. Noah walks over to one of the 2 seats in front of what appears to be a control panel. A moment later, when the vertigo of being pulled 50 feet into the air on a large serving platter with no visible means of support passes, you take the other seat. Meanwhile, back at Callahan's place.
Gee, do you think I could have told him how to work the controls? Nah, he'll figure it out. You think?
You see anything like a driver's manual?
Not offhand. Even if I did, would it be in English?
Good point. Think Squish would give us a driving lesson?
That might be a little too obvious for the Hive. We don't know if he can even get away with leaving the keys.
So?
So, we'll have to wing it. Squish did say it was idiot-proof.
Yeah, 1 idiot. There's 2 of us.
Seriously, I think we can pretty much do what we want. Squish said we couldn't really hurt anything, so let's poke around for a while and see what happens, and maybe we can figure it out.
Hey, you have the con.
Aye, Captain.
Pine-scented air freshener. You sincerely hope Squish purchased this on Earth, because if both Earth and extraterrestrial civilizations developed this simultaneously, that would just be too scary. I'm gonna snag that. Yoink! So in other words, it's a reverse TARDIS. I'd say he has no idea how to pack. A bulky suit, looking much like the suits astronauts wear on spacewalks, is stuffed into the locker. You pull the big stuffed bulky suit out of the locker.
My God, look.
It's still unwrinkled.
Hey, this really must be a superior race.
Yes, and it explains why they never had to learn to pack properly.
I'll take the helmet too, thanks. You pull the helmet from the locker, knock a few multi-legged robotic spiders from it, and carry it with you. The secondary backup garbage becomes active if the primary trash should suddenly become useful. With Noah hanging about, you're feeling inhibited about your trash picking, so you just sort of kick it around a little bit, eyeing it carefully to see if you turn anything over interesting. You don't. Squish seems to like fast food. You wonder if there's some way to get this shuttle through a drive-thru. Noah's watching, which makes you the tiniest bit reluctant to dig wholeheartedly through the primary trash. So you pretend to drop Squish's keyring into the pile, and as you retrieve it, overturn some of the bigger chunks. You find nothing. A doorway composed of 4 identical segments takes up this end of the shuttle. You reach out to the hatch, looking for a button or panel or some other way to open it. The moment your fingertips touch the surface, a high-pitched buzz suggests that you're trying to do something that you can't do. Maybe you can only use the platform to enter or exit the shuttle unless it's docked with a compatible vessel.
This something or other bears all the traditional markings of a Corbomite diagnostic rectifier, down to the little flap covering the small niche.
Closer examination reveals that the something or other is very soiled and heavily used, much more so than the other pieces of equipment on board. You think this thingamabob is a lateral sensor array. Noah says it's a supplementary impulse array. After poking around it for a while, you can't decide whether it's this array or that array. You do, however, decide to stop poking at it before it becomes permanently in disarray. As you press what looks like one of the more important buttons, the button suddenly loses all resistance and your finger sinks in all the way to the panel. You feel something clamp down on that finger and then a sharp pinprick. You pull frantically at the finger, and a few panicky seconds later, the finger is released. You pull it out to find that you bled slightly. Lights on the panel flicker for a minute, then a small window opens with an unlit pink bulb and a lit blue bulb. This is a gender identifier? Hopefully the lit blue bulb means you're not pregnant.
Judging by the configuration of these panels, I'd say we're looking at an antimatter reflex monitor here.
Which is to say Jake Stonebender likes making shit up. He is a musician. After careful study of what appears to be the antimatter reflex monitor, you flip on what's certain to be the initialization switch.
What's that, Willie? You found a flight data recorder or so-called black box?
You'd love to watch the whole episode of Willie the Winsome Whale, but the game is afoot. You don't find any sort of on-off switch, but you stick your hand into the niche. Immediately, your hand is bathed in a weird light, so you pull your hand out again before it can be fried or removed or anything. Apparently, the only way to activate this device is to put things in it. The Woozy What's It override. This is clearly a Woozy What's It override, which controls the intermix between matter and its antimatter equivalent, the reaction that makes interstellar travel possible. You unplug a few of the buttons and a light blinks expectantly above one of the hoses. You unplug the hose and it squirts a brown bubbly solution at you. Quickly replacing the hose, you then lift a drop of the liquid off to your nose and smell it. Then you taste it.
Root beer, I think.
The emergency thingy. To your trained eye, the emergency thingy obviously initiates a second-level baryon sweep. Hey, Next Generation reference. You press a large red button. The system chunks to life, and suddenly there's a loud hum behind you. You spin around in time to see a thick, frothy liquid sweep over the front of the viewport. Two armatures, each with a thick, black rubber-like edge, pivot into view and cut semicircular swaths through the froth. This happens several times while the rest of the froth seems to evaporate quickly. Now everything looks a little clearer. The secondary Wiebelfetzer. After a brief exchange, you and Noah come to the conclusion that this must be a secondary Wiebelfetzer. You stand up, throws what looks like to be a primary switch, and take your seat, just in time to avoid having your secondary vertebrae, your secondary Wiebelfetz right before your eyes. Okay. The manual, whatchamacallit. You proudly proclaim to Noah that you've read more than enough graphic novels to recognize a subsystem bypass attenuator when you see one. You trip what looks like to be the central switch. Banks of lights begin to flash, and you punch buttons at random for several minutes. Then a larger light begins to flash, and the buttons cease to have any effect. You may not know everything, but you know a hydrogenic biometric precipitator when you see one. You access the main power array. The unit begins to click softly. A moment later, a thin ribbon of smoke drifts out across a small grill on the panel.
Hey, new car smell.
You pull the cabinet door open. Inside, looking moldy and dusty, are a pair of long hooked gloves which you take and then shut the cabinet door. Ah, Eva gloves. Hazor. The spongy metallic ledontinum ducts remind you of the massive coils of aluminum duct that your friend Freddy used to import to Long Island from Peking. It was superior stuff, very flexible, very heat resistant. Although he usually dealt in huge lengths for industrial and construction purposes, he used to give you the scrap ends, useful for clothes dryers, costumes, reducing stereo cord color, hamster villages, and so on. You've always wanted to make a movie about this. You'd call it the ends of Freddy's coil. There's a pun in there. The ledotinum skin on the duct is crispy and warm like Long Island duct, which is really Peking duct. Yeah! Squish's soft drink of choice seems to be anything from Florida's Coca-Cola Company, including Mocha-Cola, Toca-Cola, Yoca-Cola, and your personal favorite Almond Roca-Cola. Almond Roca. Next to that can of Ebola-Cola is a bowl full of cheese flobs, the cheese that makes you go, oops. Either Squish is obsessed with testosterone or he's a bodybuilder. He's got copies of Men's Glandular Monthly, the house organ of the American Testosterone Association, Thick Neck Quarterly, Men's Muscles with a Pull-Out Guide, 6 Weeks to Distended Veins and Ropey Neck Cords, and, a periodical for jocks. You leaf through the magazines and find the articles to be short, simplistic, and amazingly similar. Within 3 minutes, you finished reading 6 articles on how to get washboard abs in 4 minutes a day, 3 articles on how to trim your waistline in 5 minutes a day, 2 articles about how to get a complete workout in 6 minutes a day, and a quiz to find out if you're really cheating on your wife or just trying to revitalize your sex life. You pop a cheese flub in your mouth and the full, rich flavor of irradiated cheese product powder melts on your tongue. That's why you love processed foods. No pits, no seeds, no worms, no unpleasant surprises, at least none large enough to actually see, except for the occasional finger or vermin portion. You turn the can upside down and shake it, but not even a drop remains. This leads you to wonder briefly what it would be like to have a prehensile tongue like Squish's.
I'm getting wet just thinking about it.
I never needed to know that about you, Jake. Thanks. An interesting selection of Earth literature, including Satan Was a Hell of a Guy, You Just Went Too Far by Marge Schott. You thumb through the dog-eared copy of the Pop-Up Book of Dog Ears, but doesn't hold your attention. That's like the 4th Marge Schott reference in 2 days, and she's dead, so I'm sitting here going, well, okay. How many people actually remember who the fuck Marge Schott was? Show of hands, who remembers? It takes you several minutes to dope it out, and Noah is no help because he's not a computer user, but you finally identify this program as Quicken for Superior Alien Races 1.0. They bought a first version. Maybe they're not as smart as they think they are. Since you're not sure if Squish has saved his account information recently, you decide it's safer to leave the monitor on. The symbols are strange, but their configuration is vaguely familiar. You think you have it finally translated as, it is now safe to shut down your computer. Yes, you could say turn on the monitor, or switch on, or activate the monitor, but empowering is such a positive connotation, doesn't it? That's what all the MPAs say. Anyway, you turn on the monitor and a hazy image slowly comes into view. You feel unsafe shutting off the computer no matter what it says. Experience has taught you well. The new Micro Natural Soft Keyboard is supposed to improve your posture at the workstation. You don't know whether or not it works as advertised, but you find it interesting that a 4-armed alien apparently prefers it. You try typing, but the image on the screen doesn't change. Apparently you can't do anything except turn off the computer. In your expert X-File watcher opinion, this black brushed aluminum panel must be a biaxial stasis generator for a nucleonic drive. You find what looks like the main toggle switch and flip it on. A grid of lights winks to life, and as you press buttons at random, hoping to create something definite. Finally, you do. Hey, you sunk my battleship! It looks marvelous! Why, is the show about to start? Take your seat. Yeah. You've already taken the left-hand seat. This one's Noah's. It just worked out that way. No big whoop.
Do you think it's a moon roof?
You know, I never understood that expression. Do you know what kind of position you'd have to get in to throw someone a moon through a roof like that?
Maybe it's a sunroof.
Yeah, you could probably throw your son out of a roof like that.
As the words come out of Noah's mouth, you can tell by the way he trails off at the end that he's afraid he's put his foot in his mouth. Even the folks who know you best get uncomfortable sometimes talking about vehicular death in front of you. But Noah's seen more than his share of that particularly gruesome way to go, and more than once it's involved friends and colleagues of his. If you weren't here, Jake's wife and daughter died in a car accident, which is how he ended up at Callahan's before the stories begin. So, it was kind of he was basically wasted, drunk, and falling apart, stumbled into Callahan's, and recovered to save the universe several times over. It's amazing, a bar makes you a pretty radical dude. The controls are unlabeled, but you and Noah discuss it and agree that it must certainly be a self-correcting vector driver refractor selector. I just like saying those words. Selector. At your urging, Noah reaches up and behind himself and switches on the thingamajig. Instantly, a small whirring disc covered with some sort of hair slides out of a slot and through the top headrest. Reaching a speed of at least 500 RPM, it buffs the nape of Noah's neck to a brilliant sheen before he even knows what's hit him. He yelps and pitches forward. The whirring disc, sensing its victim has moved off, retracts into the slot, which shuts behind it.
Noah, I never realized your neck could be so alluring.
Take a number, bub. With this neck, I can do a lot better than you.
You pretend to pout.
In my professional opinion, this is a neural synchronization unit, probably for evasive maneuvers, so that the pilot only has to think about the direction he wants the shuttle to move. Very slick piece of equipment.
Noah reaches over and flips one of the toggles. The gauge is light, and a low buzz begins to come out of one of the devices. One of the tiny monitors displays a series of strange symbols. A small metal cylinder pops out of the unit. Noah pulls it out and finds the end of the cylinder glowing red hot. That's a cigarette lighter.
I'm not sure, but I think I've read enough science fiction to feel moderately certain that these are probably instruments of some sort.
You really want to stick your neck out that far, huh?
Possibly.
You move a few of the sliding controls.
Good equalization.
Old man Koss would be pleased.
Note to customers, if you have the all-new Turtle Beef Pismo sound cards, you can hear the sophisticated effect for yourself by hitting Alt F14. The wide control panel is no doubt perfectly comprehensible to an alien mind, but the symbols and organization are completely unfamiliar to you. You can touch the panel all over the place, but only the lit buttons have any effect.
The whatchamacallit overhead looks to me like a plasma stabilizer. That is, if they modeled it after the one they have on the bridge on that new program, Babylon Voyager 9 and beyond.
I wonder how many people get all of that. It's been a long time since Earth and Beyond. Noah presses several overhead buttons at random. A moment later, a thin tinted sheet of plexichlorolonium slides down over the top of this windshield for a few inches, semi-conveniently forming a full-length sun visor. But Noah has already pressed far too many buttons, and the sun visor immediately retracts again into the machinery along the top of the windshield.
I want one of...
I'm not him.
Don't get defensive just because it's...
I am not
Oh.
So, okay, so once you use stuff, it actually shifts. Okay. The Napomatic. You have no idea what it does. For practical purposes, and to put Noah a bit more at ease, you casually reach up and flip a few of the switches. It comes to life, and the unit hanging down swings across and reaches out with multiple arms about a half a foot higher than the top of Noah's head. The arms, with flexible pads on the ends, move in slow circles and knead the air. After about 20 seconds, they retract and the device shuts off. So it's a massager. It's probably a wonderful scalp massager for people with very large, soft, resilient scalps. It's a cigarette lighter. If you're really interested, they have ones that look just like it at Schlepper's Image for only $249.95, and it plays soothing sounds that help you sleep. At only $595 from the Frankbury Mint, this special all-aluminum edition commemorating 50 years of electronic battleship is a hand-assembled piece of stunning beauty and an incredible collector's value for anybody who doesn't like to just use a pencil and a sheet of paper. You step back towards the hatch to look at the monitor. It appears to be hooked up to the internet, but it's hard to tell because all but four lines of the screen are being taken up by advertising.
Look, Disney's got a wacky new character, the Epcot Centaur.
Ba-da-ba-ba-doop-boom. You could at least wait until the document is finished loading. The advertising is all there, but the 4 lines of actual content haven't been displayed yet. I am not going to re-look at everything. Alright, so I can actually... That looks like an L-car system for all the world. There's a hum through the shuttle, and the display shows a field appear. Given that this is probably a cloaking or shielding button, you surmise that the green buttons are concerned with offense defense. And judging from the complexity of the ray above it, the red buttons are probably navigational controls. There's a weird wonking sound when you press this button. It's either a distress call or suspicious people have come back in time to rescue whales. Alright, so that's destinations. Nothing happens, perhaps because the shuttle is already at the location shown in the monitor? Intriguing. Whoa! Where are we going? The shuttle smoothly glides away from Callahan's roof and sweeps up into the exosphere at astonishing speed. You barely feel a pull inside of the cabin, and the engine's mellow hum gives little clue as to the extraordinary power at work.
So, that must have been the takeoff button.
And I'm going to guess that's landing. Alright. Alright, so we got our cloaker on. A small speaker broadcasts the faraway crackle of cosmic radiation. The ship bucks, and you see a flare head down from the ship towards the Earth. You must have just fired a shot at Callahan's, which is on the little monitor. Fortunately, you know that Mickey Finn's presence in the bar will keep it from suffering any damage. And you also know what the fire button is. Yes, indeed I do. Alright, so we're going to take off again. A small speed, okay, cosmic radiation again. Okay, that's going to continue to turn the shield on and off, so I should probably stop banging on it like a phoebe. This is like a puzzle unto itself. I'm pressing buttons for fun!
Going up.
Okay, so I fired on Callahan's again. I should probably stop doing that. Did I just destroy the Earth? Oh, okay. No, I apparently figured out how to get up to the satellite, I think. Graphical anomalies. This game doesn't play perfectly. Graphical anomalies. Dee-doop-boop-ba-da-boop. Well. After the docking procedure, you unfasten your seatbelt and realize, for the first time, you're weightless.
incredible. I've always wondered what this would be like.
Just be grateful you haven't gotten sick yet. Chances are we both will, and that could get messy.
Fortunately, there are plenty of things to hold on to, and the space is cramped, making it easier to move yourself around without floating out of control. Well, we're docked. Let's open the panel. Emerging from the shuttle, you and Noah find yourself floating weightlessly at one end of a long corridor. That is, in fact, one long corridor. You cross the threshold into the corridor. Immediately, it fills with a vapor that reminds you of the pine-scented sawdust your grade school janitors used, only 100 times stronger. Your eyes tear uncontrollably, your stomach heaves, and your lungs feel as if you'd stuck your head in a bucket of glowing embers and inhaled deeply. As you stumble back out of the corridor, unable to make more than a meter's progress. After a while, your eyes and lungs clear, your skin stops burning. Meanwhile, back at Callahan's place.
Say, do you think I could have told him how to get past the decontamination procedure? What am I saying? He'll get through it in no time.
Thanks, Squish. You sit on the belt, but as it's going nowhere, that's exactly where you get. Well, that's probably not going to help me out any. Long bulbs covered with a silvery webbing glow gently within their polycarboglyceride sockets. As your hand approaches the bulb, you feel a tingling sensation and an odd throb to the satellite's engine. It's almost as if you're getting closer to something that scans your tissues. Walls of pure duranium of Paris line this chamber. What appears to be a cargo bay is built into the floor of the chamber, probably for larger-scale cargo loading or unloading, or for the ships that actually put the satellite together. Okay, Don we now our Eva apparel. Holding your breath, afraid of what the helmet smells like from the inside, you lower it onto your head. The smell is indeed horrific, being a cross between sushi and something like root beer, but at least it still fits. You put on the pair of gloves onto the end of your sleeves where they lock into place. Yeah, apparently having the Eva suit on, the decontamination gas is still leaking into the suit through one or more of the 4 armholes. Okay, well I found emergency putty and contact lens case. A contact lens case, rather. Alright, I meant to take it off. You take off the helmet, you take the helmet off your head and shake out your hair with a carefree fling like a woman taking off a motorcycle helmet in an advertisement for soda or blue jeans. When you pop open the contact lenses, 2 gloppy, syrupy contact lenses stare back at you. These would be contact lenses, or they could pass as twin dinner plates the size of gallbladders and the color of pale liver. Maintaining as little fingertip contact as possible with the spongy gelatinous discs, you remove them from the case and plop them over your eyes. You look like one of the characters in a Margaret Keane painting, you know, the kids with huge, sad, probably myopic eyes. Your eyes now resemble Squish's eyes. You plunk the contact lenses off your face. They make sort of a wet sucking and popping sound that you imagine must be similar to the birth of a baby octopus. You twist the cap off the tube and a gob of something oozes out. It's slimy and gummy, but it doesn't come off your hands. It stays in a single malleable shape. Some of the stuff is dried around the neck of the tube. It's dry and thin, but strong, like Tvek. Not unlike the texture of the Eva suit in which you found it. Suit doesn't need patching. The only holes in it are the holes that are supposed to be there. The hole for the creature's head, 4 holes for the creature's hands, and the hole that lets you put the suit on or take it off. Well, never mind then. You force the cap back onto the tube. On. The conveyor belt doesn't require deodorizing. Okay. You place the Eva suit, helmet, and gloves on the conveyor belt. Okay. It's a 4-armed Eva suit. Other than the extra set of armholes, and it doesn't matter whether you use the uppers or the lowers, neither set is at a comfortable height, it seems pretty straightforward.
I don't have...
Yes, we already went through this. No. The decontamination gas is still getting into the Eva suit. Okay, well, that didn't help any.
Yeah?
Where should we go?
Pretty sure we've got to get to the other end of this room.
How are we going to get through that gas?
Well, it's probably meant to decontaminate us, but whatever they're using as a decontaminating agent is toxic to us. So I'd say we have to protect ourselves from exposure to the gas as we pass through it. We might have to do it one at a time.
Well, yeah, we kind of figured that part out. It's mostly the fact that I don't have enough gloves. Wonder if there's another set in there. There's nothing inside except tiny nano spider drones building websites, no doubt hoping to catch a few software bugs. A black plastic sushi tray takeout tray sits amidst the garbage. You search the tray, but the only leftover fish is a half-eaten uni cup. And the only thing more distasteful to you than uni is uni that's been sitting around for God knows how long, being digested by alien bacteria. As you never know when you might need some month-old shavings of marinated ginger, you take the sushi takeout tray. As you do so, you catch a whiff of the moldering ginger. You toss the tray away in horror and retain just the palm leaf as your souvenir. Looking at the decorative strip of green plastic produces in you a surge of righteous indignation. For the price that most Japanese restaurants charge for a 2-piece serving of sushi, you can buy a pound of fish. And yet they insult you by serving fake garni. Wouldn't even give you a real sprig of the stuff. Is that cheap or what? His gloves are long and hooked, much like Squish's hands. They're made of 2-dot Lastalon to keep hooks toasty warm even in the deepest Quathang territory. Well, I found that, for what that's worth. This is clearly a What's-a-Who's-It override, which controls the intermix between the carbonated water and the syrup, the reaction that makes soda pop possible. It's not an antimatter reflux monitor, and the flashing 12000 should have tipped you off.
This something or other bears all the traditional markings of a Corbomite diagnostic rectifier, down to the little flap covering the small niche.
The gloves fit just inside the niche. As soon as the flap closes, a bright purple light goes on inside the niche. In a few seconds, the light shuts off, and you reach inside the niche and pull out the gloves, which seems like they've been stonewashed, but fundamentally intact. A moment later, a paler blue light fills the niche, this one lasting twice as long as the purple light. When it shuts off, you tentatively open the flap, and inside the niche sits an identical pair of gloves. You take them out. Oh good, now we have 2 pairs of gloves. Alright, so now we are covered in 4 pairs of gloves. As you step into the corridor, it fills with a vapor. The vapor blocks your vision, but does not seep into the suit. You're easily able to traverse the corridor. Noah, who is not equipped to pass through the mist, is left behind on the other side of the chamber. Well, let's take all that swaggity gear off. Which for some reason absolutely puts it in a different section. Okay, and send this back to Noah. Oh good, he's smart enough to do what he's supposed to do. Noah puts on the suit and passes through the mist to join you. He then removes the suit, helmet, gloves, and returns them to you. You touch the hatch. Hatch! Say it with me. Hatch! Okay. The hatch at the end of the decontamination corridor opens into a large round compartment, also weightless. Okay, I'm going to guess that's the decontamination corridor. Which means we've got you, you, and you. Well, I'm always a sucker for a left-leaner. So we're going to go left first. You'll need to maneuver within arm's reach of the hatch in order to open it. Okay, so I gotta get closer? The closed hatch has a symbol on it. Okay. The hatches are all flanked by polyresumalate blocks, looking something like rubber baby buggy bumpers. Thought you could get me with that one, didn't you? No, you'd be wrong. What am I... Whoa. Ah, I didn't want the credits. Shuff your credits, boyo. Okay, so... there are more than 3 entryways. This is in 360 degrees. You'll need to maneuver within arm's reach. Yes, I gathered that. And that's the hatch to the decontamination chamber. There's a wait button? Why the hell does this game have a wait button? Yes, I know I need to maneuver within, etc., etc. How do I maneuver within? Put the porthole on... What, there's rungs? Yeah, so there are. You examine the ring thoroughly, looking for a latch or control of any sort, but there's nothing to be found. Somewhere out there is page 6. Be one of the first 10 to tell 72250.1275 at CompuServe.com what this quotation is from and receive a certificate entitling you to the respect and admiration of some of the Legend staff. That doesn't work anymore. I'm pretty sure after 15 years that's not going to get me jack shit. But I feel good having found it, not knowing that that was there. Wait, what is somewhere out there is page 6? Whatever.
What goes up must come down, spinning wheel, got to go round.
None of those CompuServe addresses have worked since AOL basically took over the CompuServe services. Not a one. Okay, you need to maneuver within. Yes, I get that. How the hell do I get closer? And now I have hairs on my arms. I'm not even pretty sure that doesn't work. I'm very sure that doesn't work. So we have rings, bumpers, and portholes, but open the porthole? Yeah, that's you'll catch your death of vacuum. Yeah, no shit.
What goes up? What goes up?
So how do I get closer? The heck? Huh. So apparently I just turned on debugging. Not really my intention. There's an undo? There's an undo? There's an online hint system. Huh. Funny the things you find at the keyboard. Free memory. Version identification. Oh, this is from 96. There's 2 wait keys, W and Z. Save is on S. Quit is on Q. Restore is on R. E doesn't appear to do anything. Things you learn. Okay. So they're supposed to be like handles or something. Alright, that's decontamination. I'm gonna go back in there just to... No, don't! Ah! You ignorant bags of festering shitballs. What the fuck did you do that for? At least you're smart. Not make me repeat the puzzle. Okay, apparently it's supposed to work like this. You push off the bumper in the direction you want to go. So if I were to want to go towards the left door, I would push off the right bumper. Except that's not what happened. Well, whatever. There's a brief buzz, but nothing happens. Whee! You touch the hatch. Ah! It's a handy bot from Fallout. Oh god, we're all doomed.
Do you think I should have warned him about the maintenance security robot? Well, they'll figure out a way.
A rather dumpy-looking robot is blocking your path.
Hello. Nice robot. Good robot. There's a good robot.
The robot emits a brackish squeal and you feel energy emanate from the robot and envelop you. It flashes a message. Since the robot doesn't get out of the way, you apparently don't look like someone that recognizes to satisfy it. Uh-huh.
Robot, could you scooch over to one side just a little? Atta robot. Come on. Come on, boy.
The robot scans you again, and symbols continue to flash on its monitor. Since the robot doesn't get out of the way, you apparently don't look like someone it recognizes enough to satisfy it. Well, I get through that, though. Whee! I'm flying. There's a brief buzz, but nothing happens. Whoosh! There's a brief buzz, but nothing happens. There's a brief buzz, but nothing happens. Oh, Ross frickin' with the frickin' fracky freak. The only door that seems to want to open is that one. Which does me no good whatsoever. Pushing myself in circles around a space station where everything wants to kill me. Or maybe not. I'm just paranoid. And there's the robot.
Don't you have a universal translator or something?
Now there's a useful question. It's like asking the robot scans you and flashes symbols at you. Since the robot doesn't get out of the way, you apparently don't look enough like someone it recognizes to satisfy it. Acting as if you were auditioning for a Pauly Shore movie, you stick the fake palm leaf in your mouth. The spiky ends protrude like teeth. Oh, what you wouldn't give for a rearview mirror you cut up you. Your teeth are now as green and sharp as squishes.
I don't understand what you want.
Oh, apparently it's not happy with me still.
Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra.
Hey! The reference to that episode. You feel the robot scanning you again. Since the robot doesn't get out of the way, apparently you don't look enough like someone it recognizes to satisfy it. Alright. So apparently I still don't look enough like the guy to do the thing. Okay, so take off the contact lenses. Why am I going to wear the Pine Air freshener? Okay. I still have a pencil, too. Yay, pencil!
I'm with you.
What does this robot want, anyway?
If I had to guess, I'd say he's carding you.
Well, I'd say you're right, but you know. Squish intelligently brought along his contact lenses. Earth's atmosphere gives him a vision of 43/117 in one eye and 12/3890 in the other. The contacts don't improve his vision, but they give him that lovely chromed liver look. He should have gone to 4 eyes only, where you can get eyeglasses in about a light year. Light year is a distance, not a time. Ah! It's like parsecs. You're not carrying anything remotely capable of injuring the robot. You try and shove the robot out of the way. The robot moves exactly far enough to elude your grasp as you spin by. The robot floats gently away in your hand, from your hand even.
I'm with you.
Whoa, I look fucked up.
You don't have a laptop on you, do you?
No, why?
Well, I thought maybe the uploading the virus thing.
Is that your answer to everything? Upload a virus? The world doesn't work like that, Jake.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be cool if it did?
Well, that was a reference right there. Klaatu barata. Cough, cough, cough. The robot scans you. Since the robot doesn't get out of the way, you apparently don't look enough like someone it recognizes to satisfy it. But I'm like Super Hitler Zombie Jesus God, and I've got like 4 arms, man. What do you want me to do? Have you heard about the script for Men in Black 3, by the way? They didn't have one, from what I read. They showed up on set and made shit up as they went along. And apparently it mostly worked out, which is kind of weird to think about. The robot scans you and flashes symbols at you. As the robot is expecting you to look like the image in the key ring, and as it hasn't moved out of the way, you must not look enough like the image to satisfy it. Green beard and matching teeth, sagging pulpy face, huge liquid eyes, and his 4 standard issue arms. So, sagging pulpy face. You squeeze the putty out of the tube and onto your face. The entire tubeful comes out in one large glob. You dig it out of your eyes and away from your mouth, and to your relief, it doesn't stick to the skin at all. Although the way it hangs onto your face, it makes you look ridiculously sallow and flabby. Now your skin tone's more Whoa!
I'm with you.
Christ on a cracker, I look like Rob Zombie.
You don't... Yeah. We come in peace.
Alright. I have the hair, the beard, the eyes, and the arms. What? The robot scans you and flashes symbols at you as the robot is expecting you to look like the image in the key ring, and as it hasn't moved out of the way, you must not look enough like... Oh, did I forget to put the eye... No, I've got the contact lenses on. I got the face, the contact lenses. I'm wearing the Eva suit, so I've got 4 arms. Maybe I actually have to wear the gloves, too. No, I am wearing the gloves. You must not look enough like the image to fucking satisfy it. Yes, 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 yes. No, don't quit. Oh, right. Can't look at it with the lenses on. Spiky green beard and matching teeth, sagging pulpy face, huge liquid eyes, and his 4 standard issue arms. It also has a small pad.
You have no power here. Be gone before somebody drops a house on you.
Mix in your movies, da 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 da. Well, okay, so I missed the obvious one. I do need to wear the Eva suit. Wear the gloves. In an attempt to imitate Squish's green flesh beard-like appendage, you stick the bottom end of the air freshener into the putty on your face. It sticks nicely in place. You've now got a spiky little green beard, just like Squish.
I'm with you.
Now I look like Zombie Jesus again.
What does...
Yep, I've tried, but he's...
The robot scans you and flashes symbols at you as the robot is expecting you to look like the... Oh, because I haven't put the contact lenses in. What? Ah! Yeah, now he'll do it for me.
I'm with you.
Stand behind me.
What?
Just stand behind me. Hold up the other arms.
Apparently satisfied with your appearance, the robot drifts aside and permits you to enter. As you float down into the room using the handholds until the pull of gravity exerts itself, the robot notices Noah. It begins to scan Noah when there's a sudden popping noise elsewhere on the satellite. It's the sort of sound that would immediately precede the phrase, "Houston, we have a problem." The robot goes off to investigate, maintenance of the satellite being its top priority.
Saved by the bell. No way I was going to wear that get-up.
This reminds you of the elaborate gunk all over your face, which is getting horribly uncomfortable now that he mentions it. You remove the contact lenses, sushi decoration, air freshener, and putty, and stow everything safely in your pockets for later.
Hey, I just said I wouldn't wear it. For you, it's an improvement.
Yes, well, Merry Christmas, go fuck yourself. Alright, that's the door we came... Or no, that's the door I just opened. Gravity, or a reasonable facsimile thereof, seems to be on in this room. From the looks of things, this is the control room, or at least one of them. Oh, this monitor clearly displays a view of the satellite. As the satellite stops spinning, the gravity in the bridge quickly wanes. You're now in a zero-G environment. You drift to the floor and sag briefly as gravity returns. Woohoo! Oh god, it's one of these puzzles. Or is it? Actually, it doesn't seem to be one of those puzzles at all. Oh, it's the locks! I got it. Red stuff is locked. Or is unlocked. Green stuff is not. Excuse me. So now, everything but the control room I'm in is unlocked. Or else, that green is unlocked. Actually, I think green is unlocked. This would lock everything I'm in. Well, easy way to test. No, it's open. Okay, I'll come back to that later. You hear a momentary burst of tone followed by static as if you just opened a hailing frequency. There's no response from the target of the hail, however. This sends out a distress signal. Not what you wanted to do, but hey, what are the chances that anybody heard it? A convenient picture window displays the gently twirling stars beyond. Alright. So I'm going to guess I'm not there. I'm here. Based on the symbols on the door. Okay, so green is locked. If the outer ring is green, it's locked. So I've locked everything, and I've completely locked myself in it. I'm totally fucked. There's a brief buzz, but nothing happens. Or else it's... So now everything is unlocked. Awesome, awesome. Okay. This weightless room is divided in half by a force field. The far side of the room beyond the barrier is filled with machinery. You float gently towards the center of the room. The force field spanning the entire outer hemisphere of the room stretches like a drum skin as you come in contact with it. The field then propels you back towards the lobby equally gently.
I'm loving this weightless thing.
I'm sure you are, Mike. I'm sure you are. Except that your name's Jake. Spherical room has several storage compartments. It must be a supply room. Intelligent guess, I would suppose. 3 compartments are identical, all identical, are built into the base of this room. From the top of the ladder, the cabinets are beyond your grasp, and you can't descend the ladder with the robot in your way. Trouble is, the robot's not going anywhere. The robot is benignly repairing the remaining damage sustained by the satellite in its thoughtless interception of a small piece of space debris. The hull suffered a small puncture, and the robot immediately went to fix it. Good thing that's the robot's top priority, since there's no telling how long these cheap plastic satellites last once they've had a hole poked in them. The major damage has been fixed. The patch doesn't quite match the surrounding area for color and texture, but it's not as if the satellite is on the market. Those are sharp edges, don't be an idiot. Find something that won't julienne your hand. Okay. So we're not going anywhere in this room until the robot leaves. The robot's not leaving until something.
Can we talk?
Without stopping its repair work, the robot scans you briefly, realizes it has already scanned and approved you before, and forgets you. Forget you! Woo-hoo-hoo! And I think, yeah, that's decontamination. Oh god, I'm in Shannara? Oh god. I'm in the wrong game. Actually, I think I've played this game. You glide into the room and find yourself at the famous giant porcupine burial grounds of East Shannara, where security isn't just tight, it's intense. Deciding to leave before you can make any more quips, you propel yourself back into the weightless lobby of Squish's satellite. Alright. You float into the room. It's only about as large as a closet, making it easier inside of which to maneuver. There's no machinery to speak of, but there are some strategically located pipes and chutes, some tanks of something, and unexpectedly a mirror. Your olfactory intuition tells you that this is a bathroom, which you do not presently need to utilize. You do, however, allow yourself the pleasure of peeking in the medicine cabinet. Inside is an assortment of tubes and bottles containing materials of unusual properties, not that you'd risk touching, though. You complete your tour of the facilities and head back out into the lobby of the satellite. So, got nothing out of that. So the only room of any value in all of that is the, did I go in here? Yeah. That's the one with the force shield up. Ah, wrong bumper. Okay. There we go. Not a dang clue what those things do, but, okay, so that's like door control. That's locks. Come on, you don't really have a clear idea what you're talking about.
Well, I know perfectly well what cross-circuiting is, but I don't see where that's going to help anything.
Just click on any button to push it. Squish told you couldn't hurt anything by trying. You couldn't find a seam anywhere. 7 large symbols, each associated with a touchpad, appear on the panel. Intriguing. I don't have the slightest idea what I'm doing here. As if anybody hadn't guessed already. Mm-hmm. That's decom. And it's a control panel. Jeez, what I did in there really didn't have any damn value. Just pretty par for the course with me. You hear the air begin to hiss out of the room, and as your eyes start to bug out of your skull, you quickly hit the button again. The only damage you've sustained is a bursting of a few tiny blood vessels in your brain, but you won't realize it for another 6 months when you try to remember the name of your high school gym teacher. Okay, so that's oxygen control. Let's not do that one again. Should probably not go out of our way to depressurize any of these rooms. Okay, so I can control the doors from there. I wonder something. Can I do that on more than one door? Well, not when they're locked. No, that's... Well, it's that you can't do it when the doors are open. It's like, I could suck the robot out, but how are you going to do that when the doors are depressurized? Or when the doors are sealed. You can't depressurize if the doors aren't sealed. Well, let me check something else here. I have another idea. Let's repressurize. You ever felt Like you have no idea what in the name of cosmic butt fuck you're fucking doing. That's my life. Somebody's just watching me stumble around. A pair of field generators is what keeps the force field up. No, that's good because I broke them.
It's almost as if the testosterone is being distilled from the entire biosphere. They're firing into the atmosphere a burst of engineered radiation that lowers the atmosphere's capacity to contain testosterone. So testosterone's actually being expelled from the atmosphere.
Whoa, I don't think so.
You got a better explanation? Look, just from our being in the room with the equipment, testosterone is condensing on these precipitators.
To demonstrate, Noah sweeps his finger across along the beads of amber sweat that have formed along a coil of tubing. Sticks the finger in his mouth. That's testosterone if ever I've tasted it. You follow suit, scooping up a few drops of the condensate on your fingertip and popping it into your mouth. It tastes about how your bedroom smells. You're suddenly filled with urges to bulk up, ravage a female, grow even more facial hair, get drunk, and go to war. Well, that's not good. Noah's more adept at this than you. Let him work.
Yes, Captain?
We gotta get you with that emitter.
I have to be anchored somehow. We can't get gravity in here?
I don't think so.
So Noah can't get to it because he needs gravity. He probably needs something that's in the supply closet. Noah is becoming a little slower. He seems less decisive and focused. You feel yourself feeling slightly wrung out. The room might well be sapping your manly strength and virility. So we can't be in there very long, I'm guessing. Yeah. That's still the bathroom. Oh, I'm in another Legend game. Shit! You float into the room and the lights come on. It's an engineering room of some sort. Trouble is, it's very clearly from another ship and almost certainly from another game. And it's a damn good thing, too, because it's only a few minutes from reactor failure. Not up for that kind of stress, you quickly back out and head into the relative calm of the lobby. How many games does this thing have? At first, you think you filled your pocket with gynecological equipment. Then you realize that this is just the forerunner to Callahan's place, a quaint little tavern called, the Devil's Workshop. The bartender introduces you to himself as Hans the Idol. He also happens to be the owner, operator, cook, janitor, accountant, in short, he's everything in this place. If Doc were here, he'd say that Idle Hands is the Devil's Workshop. Thank goodness he's not here to say that. Having milked this one for all it's worth, you go back to the lobby. Yep, the first one was Shannara. And I think the second one I want to see is Mission Critical. But that's not right. Whoa. You find yourself facing a man who's obviously been carrying this low-fat thing a little far. Between the two of you is the infamous sword of Shannara, which you read about in high school along with everybody else. As the sallow-looking chap is in the middle of sundering the sword, you can see you've come at a bad time. You leave him to his evil deeds and head back to the lobby. You pull yourself up into the room and find yourself outside on a craggy mountaintop overlooking a couple of tent camps. You decide to go right on overlooking them, and when it's time to leave the nest, you float back out and into the lobby. How many games does this thing have? You find yourself on the spaceship of another spacecraft entirely. This one, the USS Lexington, is utterly deserted. At first you're completely confused. After a moment you realize you've been momentarily transported into a cheap plug for Mission Critical. Hey, I was right! Not being prepared to explore a 9-level 22nd century battlecruiser in an alien world in seamless smooth scrolling 3D, you back out of the Satellites game room and into the lobby. I've beaten that game. As you head into the room, the E unexpectedly drops out of your name, and instead of being Jake, you're suddenly Jack. There's a beautiful woman lying in your arms, but she doesn't look at all well. Sure enough, a quick examination reveals pupils fixed and dilated. You don't have time for this kind of heartache. You have a world full of testosterone-deprived men to save. You put the E back into your name and go out to the lobby. Good luck to that guy. He's got his hands full. Oh, I'm sorry, this is funny shit to me. Within the circular room is a statue bathed in soft pink light and wearing a green necklace. She seems to be saying, "Play Deathgate, play Deathgate, play Deathgate, play Deathgate," which I've beaten too. Horrified at the shamelessness of the free plug, you turn your back on the scantily clad stone hussy and return to the lobby. A poor boy plays with a magic puppet near the base of a mist-shrouded tower. The scene is quaint and atmospheric until you realize that the magic puppet is actually playing with the poor boy. The lobby where you don't have to deal with so much epic fantasy. They left a line out. Good work. You're instantly transported into the computer room of another game from Legend. You suddenly realize that you're trapped in the computer game version of that inevitable TV sitcom episode made up of clips from previous episodes. You're in Shades of Grey. Ha ha ha! You pull yourself out of the game room and back into the lobby. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, this was in Mission Critical. You're faced with a frightening strategic combat screen from some other computer game entirely. Bewildered and disoriented, you back out of the game room and into the lobby, wondering what all the hype was about. You actually have to play like a combat simulator, a very lightweight combat simulator in Mission Critical. It's a good game. I don't think Legend ever made a distinctly bad game. Before you looms a stone gate. You're clearly in the fantasy world of magical runes, nightmares, labyrinths, and an earth sundered into planes. You wonder if the architects say to each other, the master would be very disappointed if the gate wasn't evil-looking enough. Let's add more pointy bits. Creeped out by the sulfurous smell, you pull yourself out of the game room and back into the lobby of the satellite. You're confronted with an entire wall displaying a cryptic series of graphics. You recognize it as your friend's home-programmed computer version of the strategy game Globo, last seen traveling the universe in search of a publisher. If any intelligent life out there wants to publish it, call 1-703-968-5109 and ask for Jim. If nothing else, maybe you can get lunch out of him. Well, that was I Squinty. And we're looping now. Well, let me check, actually, real fast. As I take a short break, too. They may not have had the rights to Xanth anymore at this point. I know Xanth was Legend. I was checking to see if it came before or after Callahan's. Probably they'd lost the rights. Now, the other thing they don't show Superhero League of Hoboken at all, which is a fun game. It's a different game, but it's a fun game. What did they... Ow, poked myself in the eye. Because Adventures, they did Companions of Xanth, Death Gates of... actually, that might have been Death Gates of Xanth. Or Companions of Xanth. No, that was Shannara. That was definitely Shannara. We'll check. Yep, that was all Shannara. So, Companions of Xanth, Deathgate, Superhero League of Hoboken, Mission Critical, Shannara, Callahan's. They only made one adventure game after Callahan's. They made John Saul's Blackstone Chronicles, and then they immediately went into first-person shooters and never came back. Just kind of sad, really. Their text adventure stuff isn't bad either. You don't see Eric the Unready in there because Eric the Unready was text adventure. It was IF. It had graphics, but it was mostly text entry stuff, so it wouldn't have been as interesting. It's very old. Alright, enough of that. We've spent our time in the Plugville. We have. Alright, that's still the bathroom. Alright, that puts up some kind of shield, and that seems to stealth us. That's the defensive shield for the thing next door. For the power generators. Because then here I am, of course, confusing Xanth and Shannara, Piers Anthony and Terry, what's his fucking name?
Yes, Captain?
How are we going to get past that broken ladder?
I know. I'm thinking about it. The whole thing's got my head spinning. I gotta stop.
Well, boy, howdy, if that wasn't a dead giveaway of how to solve the puzzle, I don't know what the frickin' fracky fork fears. Noah crumpled something about the damned foolishness of arm wrestling. Oh god, we're sinking fast, man. Well, beyond the not even similar part, there's the whole, one is Piers Anthony and one isn't. With gravity off, it's a simple matter to float past the broken ladder and the robot. You reach down and open the compartment. You lift the device out of its compartment. What is it? This device bears a resemblance to an Earth version of a flamethrower or propane torch. Oh, it's an acetylene torch, okay. And take weapon-like object. You take the laser out of its cubbyhole. Look at it. This appears to be a laser or a phaser or a taser or some sort of azer. I like azers. And what do we got here? Boots. Ooh. Metal boots. You struggle into the boots, your toes badly pinched by the tapered ends. Immediately your feet cling to the satellite's hull, proof positive of their magnetic nature. You aim the laser at the robot. When you pull the trigger, a narrow, brilliant beam of light skewers the air. It strikes the robot, or rather an inch or so in front of it, and illuminates an otherwise invisible shield. The shield absorbs the beam without apparent harm to the robot. As soon as the light winks out, so does the shield. The robot fortunately ignores the shot, perhaps detecting that it came from friendly equipment and was merely a mistake. Either that or it's laughing at you on the inside.
That's more like it.
This is it. This is the thing that's doing the big Walter Mitty number on us.
You're sure?
Sure. I thought you knew so much about science fiction. Let me get to work on this. I may be able to simply cut off the catalyst, but leave the thing running. Squish's friends and family won't fix it if they don't know something's wrong with it. Give me those boots. I'll need something to cut some cable with. Give me that thing we found in the other room.
You flick a switch on the device and it roars to life, shooting a fat flame a dozen centimeters in diameter and a half a meter long. You thumb the controls and, through experimentation, realize that you can create a flame anywhere from 3 meters long to scarcely a centimeter. After familiarizing yourself with the operation of the torch, you snap it off so as to not use up whatever fuel it uses, if any. You hand the weapon or tool to Noah.
Thanks. I'm getting to work.
I was about to say V-I-I-I-I. Noah rumbles something about hoping he never sees another monster truck rally again. Jesus, do you realize what a testosterone sucker would do to your testicles? Do you want to? I don't. So let's see here. He's in here? So I could just do that, and I've killed Noah. Yay! Wait. Oh, because I... Whoopsie, I killed the wrong room. I just want to see what happens if I do it. I know it's a bad thing to do. Why would I want to? Lock the door. Unfortunately, while the suit protects you from the lack of the air, it doesn't do much at all for poor Noah. His eyes begin to bug out and claws at his throat. You quickly reverse gears before he explodes. Now that is a friend. I gas you, then I ungas you. Sorry about that, Noah. Oops, sorry. Shouldn't do it to you twice. Just, you know. You look for a socket you look for a socket of some sort, but you don't find Jack. Hmm. Oh shit.
Jake, I'm not kidding. Get rid of this guy, would you? Do you mind finding me a way out of this?
That was kind of my point, Brent, dude.
Not this. This looks like a laser, a little overpowered for what I had in mind. Jake, it's now...
What do you want me to do?
Jake, I'm not kidding. Jake? Jake...
No, seriously, what did you want me to do? My laser doesn't work. Just shoot something! Noah is working in the emitter room right now. Turning on the force field is liable to fry him or at the very least scramble his electrochemical processes, rendering him insensate. Alright. So I can't, like, suffocate him. Well, I can, but it won't let me. I'm trying to formulate a fiendish plan. It's not a very good fiendish plan. So you can't shoot the hatches. What the hell can you shoot? Yeah, because I locked and decompressed that room. Wait, I wonder. Can I fuck up and shoot the station to do damage to it, which will drag him away? Okay, well, I want to shoot it. That's the thing. You're forgetting Noah. Noah isn't finished disabling the satellite yet. Okay. Okay, so green is offense, defense. Oh, well, that makes more sense than what I was doing. I hate using tips, but sometimes I also hate standing around while you guys stare at me while I do the wrong thing for 2 hours. You know, when you're on stream, it's a little more imperative that you actually get shit accomplished. Okay, it says shoot at the porthole. Yeah, we're in a new area now. We're in the third section. Yep. Aliens are harvesting the human testosterone in order to try to make us a more peaceful race, and we are attempting to stop them from stealing all of our happy testosterone, all of our happy macho juice. That's something about Callahan's. If you expect it to do something, it probably won't. Excuse me. And this is where Noah is working on the thing.
Jake, I'm not kidding.
Alright, so they will eventually kill Noah.
Jake, I'm not kidding. Jake,
I can't get the gun to work.
Jake? What are we doing this for?
I don't know for sure, but we were pretty sure it was the right thing to do, weren't we?
Yeah. Jake?
I'm trying, man.
Jake?
I don't know what the fuck they want me to shoot, because nothing seems to actually work. Oh, except I was pointing the other direction, but okay. The robot's top priority takes over, and it immediately moves to repair the hole you put in the hull.
Well, that was an interesting risk.
Let's get out of this room while we still can. Are you finished?
Give me 20 seconds. You hear that?
I'll look. Get the hell out of here and meet me in the shuttle.
Meanwhile, back at Callahan's place.
Say, do you think I should have told him about the emitter cutoff mothership alert? I really should have. Oh, well.
The mothership.
Well, time to get the fuck out of Dodge. This opens a hailing frequency to the mothership. All you hear in response is a lot of angry, glorpy mouth sounds. Yeah. We are the glorpiest aboard. Okay, enough of that. Across the decontamination chamber again. Cloak us up. The ship bucks and a little flare shoots through space and dissipates as it strikes to the mothership. Apparently this little ship isn't any match for the gigantic mothership, at least in terms of firepower. Well, the shuttle doesn't move at all, even though it should. The mothership's tractor beam must be holding it too closely, too solidly. Maybe turning on the shields would negate the effects of the mothership's tractor beam. We have shields? I haven't forgotten Noah. Swear these controls are... The mothership locks its tractor beam on Squish's shuttle, rocking the entire satellite. The testosterone precipitator loses it, spraying Noah full in the face with pure distilled testosterone. The reaction is immediate and dramatic. Whoa! Noah runs to the shuttle. At first you're not even sure it's him, but who else would it be? Noah, I'm very glad your pants held up.
Break out of the tractor beam.
That's kind of my goal, brother. There's a hum through the shuttle. I'm guessing our shields are now on. What's top speed? I'm gonna guess that's top speed.
We're out, but they're right on our tail.
Hang on. Let me.
Noah punches buttons hard enough to make sparks fly from the panel. The shuttle whirls around and heads straight for the satellite.
Oh my god.
Are we juking in reverse, Noah? Oh, they destroyed their own satellite. Good work, guys. Thanks. I needed that. Oh god, it's coming right for us.
Of course, for the bar.
Aye, aye.
You and Noah go out into the parking lot. By the time you and Noah get back to the bar, the effects of the concentrated dose of testosterone are already wearing off Noah, but they remain just long enough to let him beat Mike, Shorty, and Long Drink at arm wrestling. Meanwhile, you relate the story of yours and Noah's trip into orbit.
They will be back. They are infinitely persistent.
So are we.
What have you accomplished? Haven't you just delayed the inevitable?
We're assuming it's not inevitable. It's only inevitable if we don't do anything about it.
Besides, we had fun.
We faked out your robot big time.
We got to swim around weightless. That right there was worth the price of admission.
I'd do it again.
Me too.
Next Sunday?
Squish?
Why not?
So hey, they cycled the bar people around a little bit. It's a biker dude who's drinking beer out of a champagne glass.
Yes, Jake.
I can't tell you how cool it was to be in outer space, gliding through all that emptiness and so many stars, so much more than you can see from Earth, and the weightlessness. It was incredible. It just changes your whole perspective on your place in the universe. I'm sorry, I don't mean to gloat.
That's quite all right. Enjoy it while you can.
You creep me out a little bit, biker dude person. Okay, in fact, you creep me out a lot.
Yeah?
You know, now that I've conquered the final frontier, it's all downhill from here.
Yep. I'm surprised you came back at all.
Fast Eddie.
I am grateful to you.
Oh, anybody could have done it. How tough is it to get some fresh air?
That is correct. I had not reasoned it that way.
Alright, so the drunker is gone. The homeless guy. Mike moved back to the bar. Mickey, rather. Here, Joe. Joe scribbles a quick hiya, Jake, on his pad and flashes it at you. You have to feel bad for having to have Joe write so much. He has a great many speaking friends, but almost none of them know Amslam or American Sign Language. While you do know the alphabet and a few dozen signs, you don't know nearly enough to follow Joe when he's conversing with the other signers. And you can tell he dislikes having to sign as slowly as you need him to. Sometimes when you see him, the two of you practice, but he's clearly far too anxious to take that time right now.
Calm down, bud. What's the problem?
Ralph's been kidnapped.
Are you serious?
Joe nods his head energetically. They took him to the Catskills.
Who's they?
4 guys who took him were suits, but I think I saw MPs at Mountain Facility.
Didn't they identify themselves or say anything when they took him?
Told people at Pet Shop they were CIA.
Were they arresting him?
No, probably didn't think they needed to read rights to a dog. Didn't volunteer any info.
When did this happen?
3-4 hours maybe. Followed Ralph, then stopped at Covert Operations World and picked up some toys.
You must be dead on your feet.
No, also picked up espresso Slurpee-like drink at Samuel T. Beanbatter's Colossal Coffee Company and All-American Roastatorium.
You could have just said a coffee place.
Sorry, coffee place.
Where exactly is he?
Don't know the name of it. Mountain with fence, guards, etc. Huge metal door built in.
Did you get anyone's attention?
No, I didn't think it was a good idea. Wanted reinforcements and someone else to drive for a change.
Well, you were right about the trained cockroaches and the CIA, so I have to believe you now.
Jake, how about it?
Guess I'm just a guy who can't say no.
Be sure.
What the hell? I've been running around the world getting people angry at me. Really, if I should be fighting with anybody, it's the government.
Great, let's go!
I better let people know where we're going in case we don't come back. Meet me outside.
Joe looks panic-stricken at your delay, but hangs back to wait for you to leave. I don't remember Joe's story entirely, but I do know he hangs out with Ralph the talking alien dog. That's about all I could remember.
Jake, hadn't you and Joe better get going?
All right.
Take your time. I'm sure they don't do vivisections this time of night, do you think?
Jake,
You must miss outer space. I miss it, and I was only there for a few minutes. The deep black vastness, the overwhelming sense of insignificance as you realize how tiny and frail you are in the grand scheme of things. It was staggering. Just staggering. I don't think I'll ever forget it.
yeah, it's heavy, all right.
I've heard that from people.
Hi, Jake.
Remind me not to go out with you to pick up a pizza. We'd probably end up in Italy battling the mafia.
Hey.
No, sir. Not me.
It's okay. You've done your good deed for the day. And no good deed ever goes unpunished.
She winks at you. This gives you a pleasant little warm feeling inside, knowing that you won't have to wake up alone tomorrow. Man's getting his groove on. Joe walks ahead of you as the two step out into the parking lot. Okay, which car is Joe's? Isn't it Joe's Jeep? Yeah. Joe shakes his head no and points to your car. Apparently he wants you to drive.
Why not? You know the way there, I don't.
Been driving all night. It's your turn. I'll navigate. You jump into your truck, lean over, and unlock the passenger side. Joe climbs in after you and navigates, pointing most of the way, but jotting things down when necessary. You take the Northern State Parkway west, the Thrags Neck Bridge over the mainland, and then the 687 north to the Catskill Mountains. I'm going to be talking a lot in this chapter, I have this feeling. More so than I already have been. What I wouldn't give for an adventure game that had more voices. This talking 5 hours a day bullshit is fun, I will admit, but it's tiring. After about 2 hours, or about 2 hours after leaving Callahan's, Joe directs you to pull over by the side of the road. You hustle back to the truck and pick up the knapsack. What's in the knapsack? Yeah, they're representing Ralph's feet. You know, Ralph being a pug dog. That's a joke. I think Ralph's a pug. I don't remember. You open up the knapsack and rummage through its contents. Whoo boy, all kinds of neat stuff. Grappling hook, goggles, suction cups, wire cutters, pocket knife. And I still got stuff left over from earlier. There's The chocolate bar, the tire iron, the pencil, the morphine, my wallet. I've had those. I don't have any money left, though. That kind of irritates me. In this light, it's impossible to tell exactly what kind of trees these are, but they're certainly fine, sharp examples of arboreal plentitude. You dash across the street and shimmy up a tree for a better view. Unfortunately, there's really nothing more to see than the fence, the guardhouse, and the doors on the side of the mountain. Government deliberately chose a featureless, unspectacular area for the bomb shelter turned research and training facility. Wow, it is a bomb shelter turned research. Nobody noticed me driving up? Fence appears to be standard chain link. You reach out and touch the fence. Your fingers get closer and closer and closer, but you can't quite bring yourself to actually touch it, what with the high voltage sign and maybe being burnt to a crisp and all. Some squat, bushy pines obscure this small section of the fence from the guardhouse. You explore around the bases of the bushes, and other than getting a few million new germs on your hands, you find nothing of interest. About 5 minutes from now, when you offhandedly rub your eyes, you set in motion a chain of events that ends with you getting a nasty sty that takes days to drain. You start to beat around the bush, but then you decide you can take care of that later. Right now you got some important procrastinating to do. You start to move the bushes to allow it easier access to the fence, but then you realize you might have tricked unwanted attention from the guardhouse off to the right. Let's cut the fence. You bring the wire cutters close to the fence and stop. Uncertain, you draw back and toss the wire cutter at the fence. It sparks wildly for a moment and then falls to the ground. You pick it up. It's hot in a couple of spots and heave a sigh of relief. Yeah, that probably wouldn't have been the best idea I've ever had. There's a guard in the guardhouse. From your position in the bushes, you don't think he's liable to see you or Joe. Until you come up with a plan, you shouldn't alert the guard to your presence. You don't want him to become vigilant. In fact, if he's asleep, you'd like him to leave him that way for as long as possible. Small guardhouse is set several hundred feet away from the entrance to the mountain fortress. You should try and get the guard out of the guardhouse if you want to go inside. Your truck sits where you parked it, just off the road about 50 feet from here. The dirt road is completely unlit, making it seem an eerily dark sight for a kid from the island burbs where almost every street is brightly lit at night. You examine the hard pan. The soil is thin and rocky, probably to be expected this close to a mountain. There's no conceivable way to dig through it without anything less than major earth-moving equipment. We're planning on digging through it, so hey. The reddish haze comes from the lights in New York City, Westchester, the Bronx, and the other boroughs an hour or so downstate. These four strong, quick-release suction cups with straps must be some sort of emergency snakebite kit. I keep thinking that. This is one of the goodies Joe picked up at Covert Operations World. 3 times power, 30,000 times light amplification night vision goggles. Guaranteed by the Russian army to last for up to 2 full-scale invasions or your money back. Of course, it's that up to 2 invasions where they get you. Scrappling hook consists of a 4-honged hook with a long nylon rope attached. There's a small light on top of the guardhouse and lit right now, which you take to mean they're not aware of any problems around the perimeter. Painter's scaffold, about half the width and nearly as tall as the door itself, has been erected in front of Mount Weather's main entrance. Long strands of barbed wire were strung along the top of this fence in order to thwart those who would attempt to climb over it. Upon closer examination, you can see that this is no ordinary barbed wire. It's the even more vicious titanium ceramic diamond razor wire, the hardest, sharpest substance known to man. But wait, it's even worse than that. It's ex-girlfriend wire, the sharpest substance known to men. A little misogynistic right there, my friend. You head back into the truck, Joe dogging on your heels. When you climb into the cab, Joe pulls out his pad and starts to write. What's up?
We can drive through the fence.
And then just knock on the front door? No. Uh-huh. Light's too strong here. You'll screw up your rods and cones. There's only one man who really needs to try this chocolate. Besides you. And everyone at Callahan's. Especially Doc. Well, I am stymied at the beginning, and that don't happen very often. There's no place to try and get by the no place to get to by climbing the scaffold with the grappling hook. Higher up the scaffold isn't good enough. Here, I'll just fill him with some morphine. Here you go. No matter who you try to give the morphine to, everyone seems to turn it down in favor of more traditional and more social anesthetics. Wow, you all got me stymied right out the gate. Question mark?
Now's a good time to pull out that big old plan you were working on for this.
Maybe I can distract the guard. You can check out the guardhouse.
And then?
See if the fence is on. See if there's a way to turn the security off without it being obvious.
Okay, how are you going to distract the guard?
Joe pulls a camera out of his pocket and winks at you. Then he starts off towards the guardhouse, stops and comes back to your position.
Did you forget something?
Joe reaches into his pocket a second time and pulls out his keys. On the keyring is a small, slender silver whistle. He twists it off the keychain and presses it into your hand.
What is this?
Ralph gave it to me. His whistle. Just in case.
Shouldn't you keep it?
But Joe has already gotten back to his feet and walks to the guardhouse. He walks near the guardhouse and begins to snap flash pictures. The guard immediately walks out of the guardhouse and approaches Joe, who backs away, taking the guard further and further from the booth. Finally, he stops backing away. He probably has the guard a sufficient distance from the guardhouse for you to sneak in and out, if you're cautious. While Joe's once inside, you stay low to the ground, trying to keep your head at or below window level. The equipment is antiquated high-tech, not having been updated since the late 70s, when it went from a poorly designed bomb shelter to an ineffectually redesigned research storage facility. Switch that controls the EF interrupt alarm. Whoop. I think I said flip. You turn off the alarm. You turn off the main door lock. You turn off the backup systems. You turn off the electrified fence. You gently open the bag and your face is suddenly enveloped in a steamy cloud infused with the essence of gyros and fries. If some entrepreneur would only invent a woman's perfume with that particular aroma, there would be many women whose husbands would take them to bed more often. You gently reclose the bag and fold the top over to the approximate angle it was at when you began. The garm might be really, really anal. You think about food at the oddest times. Neither the bag nor its contents would be of any use to you. Your pencil is far superior in every way except that yours sticks out of a pocket more. Of course, that could be an advantage, but probably not. You pick through the garbage and find an old local paper damp with something. There's also some candy wrappers and a catalog for mail-order computer goods threatening to take the addressee, Mr. Weather Government Facility, off the mailing list if he doesn't place an order soon. Security camera is trained on the main door, although whenever the camera is mounted, it isn't far enough back to see to the very top of the door. A plexiglass bubble covers what appears to be a fat red button. Through the hazy acrylic, you can barely read the words main door at the face of the button. The button is locked behind the plexiglass bubble. The guard no doubt carries a key for this. Joe cheaped out and got the model without the lockpick. And that's locks, not lock. And even if there was a locks on top of the control panel, you don't have any cream cheese. So you smear the locks. God. This is a letter to Mr. Weather Personnel on Real Pentagon Stationery. Dear Mr. Weather Personnel, we at the Department of Defense would like to thank you for your patience during the completion of renovations at Mount Weather. We've heard your complaints and succeeded in arranging the appropriate funding, thanks in no small part to Senator Bob N. Vera Porkbelly. Any contributions to the Senator's campaign fund will be matched by the Department of Defense, so please return your envelopes by the end of this month and give graciously. So far, we have completed work on the air conditioning, which now reaches all of the rooms of the facilities. We have also emptied the refrigerator, thanks to the boys in hazmat, and brought in new vending machines that do a give change. Still to be finished is the resurfacing of the main door. Please don't forget to keep the door closed and locked at all times during the resurfacing to prevent injuries. Following the completion of the resurfacing, we will be increasing the number of female lavatory facilities in order to comply with the new regulations. We will then be looking at carpet swatches for the atrium. In light of these improvements, we request that all overstuffing of the suggestion box please be halted. After due consideration, it has been determined that a rumpus room would be inappropriate as rumpuses, runctions, and ruckuses are contrary to Regulation 4.10.1617. In addition, we do not see a pressing need for either a wind tunnel or an orgy room, even if we were to save money by having them occupy the same space. In the future, please make all suggestions with the self-control and upstanding behavior the world has come to expect from the United States Armed Forces. Incidentally, we still have the lowest number of pending rape cases of all the branches of the military. Way to go, Army! Yours, Sergeant Wallace Sheetrock, Washington, D.C. Oh, those days. You sneak back into the guardhouse under the cover of Joe's antics. Oh. A rattling old desk chair brings all the comforts of home to this otherwise uninviting little booth. As long as you stay low and out of sight, you'll be okay. Sitting in the chair would increase your chances of being spotted. The desk consists of a simple countertop with a Formica-like laminated surface. You search the length of the desk for drawers, keys, or anything attached to the underside, but your search is fruitless. A wall phone hangs near your head. It's one of the old-fashioned kind with a round plate where a rotary dial is normally found. In the center, on faded paper, underneath a layer of cloudy celluloid, is scrawled the phone's extension 512. Clearly, the phone can't be used for outgoing calls. You slowly take the receiver off the hook. A moment later, a gruff voice comes on and says, "Yeah." Worried that the guard may hear the voice, you softly say, "Sorry, wrong number," and quickly hang up the phone.
Could I have said anything dumber?
Yes. No, it said something and I missed it. The guard is trying to get Joe to stop taking pictures of the mountain.
Damn it, the public has a right to know.
Word. Okay, all the lights reverted. Oh god. I can't read that at all. It whizzes by way too fast. Okay, really? I turned the electrified fence off. Something is preventing the top of the panel from lifting off. Oh, it's probably the screws. You carefully lift off the top of the panel and set it to one side, exposing the guts of the controls. You give the switch a strip a twist, switching it end for end and turning all the switches upside down. Ha! Strip holds the light bulbs that light whenever their switches are off. And this would be the ones that are on. Replace. Well, you would think I would want to put the screws back, but okay. You start to duck out of the guardhouse when you realize that this configuration of the board will not withstand scrutiny by the guard. Oh, I have the screws in my inventory. The switches now not only work in the wrong direction, but control the wrong lights. Plus, you've left the control panel incorrectly reattached. You quickly remove the control panel's cover, set the innards back to their original configuration, and reattach the cover. That done, you peer out from the doorway. Joe is still giving the guard conniptions. You take the opportunity to dodge back out and creep. Stuff. Alright. Unscrew the screws. Remove the panel. Remove. Rotate the switch strip. Switch. The green strip with the red strip. Replace the panel. Put the screws back in the control panel. Farfignugan. Well, I'm glad Joe is really good at distracting guys. The signs are atomically welded to the panel. Interesting. Alright, let's try this again. Now let's put it like that instead. Except now the lights are wrong. Okay, I don't want you to put the wire, I want you to cut with it. The innards of the control panel don't look all that complicated. Somehow you expected more from your tax dollars. See, now they're all in the wrong order. So let's rotate those too. You put the panel back on top, sliding it carefully into place. Amazing. You've reconfigured the innards of the control panel so the switches will appear to work entirely correctly, but they'll actually do the opposite of what they appear to be doing with the opposite systems. Monkey warfare at its finest. Peeking out from your kneel-in position inside the Griard house, you see that Joe and the guard are still playing keep-away with the camera. You take the opportunity to dodge back out and into the bushes. Next thing you know, you hear the guard utter a cry of victory. From your concealed position, you see the guard holding the camera aloft and away from Joe's grabbing hands. The guard pops open the camera and pulls out the film, turning his body constantly to fend off Joe. Joe sags in pretense of defeat as the guard hands him back the camera, its back still hanging open. As Joe trudges off down the road, the guard goes back into the guardhouse and watches Joe recede into the darkness. Joe walks past you without acknowledging you, goes back to the truck, and walks even further down the road to make sure the guard can't see him anymore. 5 minutes later, he sneaks back to you.
Excellent.
What a jerk. Does he think a photographer only carries one roll of film? You bring the wire cutters close to the fence and, just to make sure, you toss the wire cutter at the chain link. No sparks are produced. You pick up the wire cutters and snip around in a semicircle, eventually making a good backup-sized opening. Or a good-sized opening. Backup-sized? Reminding Joe that he should have the truck waiting for you when you return, you gingerly pick your way through the circle of sharply snipped chain link. Keeping low to the ground, you dodge from tree to bush to tree, trying to get a little closer to the mountain each time without the guard spotting you. The darker night helps provide cover, and eventually you come to within just a few feet of the mountain. Breathless from the exertion of running in a low crouch, you come to rest in the small thicket of scrub near the side of the front entrance. The massive door set into the mountain looms on your left. To your right is the scaffold. There's a narrow corridor between them. If you were to wander into that corridor, you would be quickly spotted by the guard. Here the surface of the mountain is rocky. Over there it's rocky too. It's rocky 3 meters above you, and you really don't want to know it's rocky 4. Small guardhouses sit several hundred feet away from the entrance to the mountain fortress. I just actually looked over at the chat for like the first time. What's Groom like? The doorway leads back outside. It would be the least obtrusive way out of here, except that it requires a key card, which you don't have. This enormous expanse of steel is flaking and pitted, but still rock solid and very cold. There's no doorknob. You rap against the metal. It hardly seems to make a noise, but it does do a good scouring job on your knuckles. What's worse, nobody answers your knock. You push, but it's like pushing against the mountain cliff. Or mountain itself. Offhand, you can't remember whether house-sized doors like this one open inward or outward. Even if the hinges were on the outside, removing them would require a screwdriver the size of Goat's Pimple, Louisiana. You'd have to be run over by a steamroller before you could slip under the door, and there simply isn't enough time for that. Damn, and you sold your last case of TNT to that little Simpson kid down the block. You frantically scramble at the heavy metal base covering the ground. Your fingernails click against it futilely, like a dog on a hot skillet. We're talking about a hot dog, naturally. If you had opted for that piranha-style bridge work your dentist once offered you, you might actually be able to chew through the door. But no, you cheaped out. Now look at the mess you're in. It pays to buy the best. You'd have to approach the center of the door, which would leave you clearly visible to the guard. A large crumpled tarp is laying across one of the scaffold's boards. A manually operated winch is mounted to the side of the scaffold. Attached to it are 2 thick metal cables, each running up the side. These are used to raise and lower equipment from the ground into the various levels of the scaffold. You turn the winch counterclockwise. As the cables feed out, the clamps are lowered to the ground. You turn the winch clockwise. This winds up the cable. You quickly snatch the tarp off the scaffold, bundling it up in your arms and praying it wasn't noticeable. Okay, attach the tarp to the clamps. You fasten the clamps to the grommets at either side of the tarp. There's a lot of resistance from the winch as you raise the tarp. It unfolds as you draw it upwards, forming a dirty gray curtain in front of the dirty gray door. You stop when the clamps reach the top of the scaffold. You start to squeeze between the two halves of the door, but you give up in despair after you can't seem to get more than a few atoms wedged in there. You rap on the door, momentarily imagining that Joe is standing right outside, has found a key card, and is just waiting to let you walk outside. But from the incredibly dull thud your hand makes against the door, you're not even sure the knock can be heard from outside. Here the surface of the mountain is rocky. Over there it's rocky. Okay, we already did that line. You could throw the grappling hook straight up and possibly lodge it on a rock, but you'd be exposed to view as soon as you climbed above the shrubs. You walk behind the tarp and press your body to the huge metal door. The suction cups take hold, and you perform a human spider routine up the doorway. And a more graceless human spider there's never been yet. Beyond the top of the door is a grill, possibly for air conditioning, possibly for releasing radioactive gas or other contaminants, possibly for, well, the possibilities are just too exciting to think about. You tug on the grating, but you can only free one hand to do it, and you don't want to pop your suction cups off the door, so your tugging is wussy and ineffectual. The vent's louvers are all pointed downward and are sit very close together. You could possibly attach the grappling hook by slamming it into the thin metal louvers, but there's an easier way. With the tire iron in hand, you're able to easily pry the vent loose and swing it over to the side. When this is all over, you'll probably have some calls to make. There are a lot of TV news magazines who probably love to show everyone how easy it is to break into the place. With the vent now open, you set about struggling into it. First, you remove a suction cup from the door, place that hand inside the vent, and affix the cup to the smooth metal surface inside. Then it's a simple matter to do the same with the other hand, which gives you enough leverage to pull yourself into the cramped space. You remove the suction cups from your arms and legs. As you do, you notice a light breeze being sucked in from the outside. Good, you'd think. This is a simple ventilation shaft. Then you smile, not a whole lot, at the thought of getting stuck somewhere in the shaft and your dead body rotting in the vents for months while the feds go crazy trying to find the source of the stench. Wouldn't that be a joke on them? Hee hee. The faint light that enters behind you is sufficient to get you past a turn to the left and a twist to the right. After that, you find yourself in total darkness. You put a hand to your face to see if you're wearing a headless box, but you're not. Alright, you guys are going to sit in the dark for just a minute while I give you guys some water because, well, I've been talking so much, my throat's fucking killing me right now. Wow. I've been doing a lot of that today. Hopefully I am online and still broadcasting, and you are all still seeing me, and you are all doing with the dancing and the happy times. I will be back in just a few minutes. Enjoying the hum of ceiling fans? Enjoying the hum of ceiling fans? Alright, let's wear the goggles. Awesome, we can see. Oh god. We're in a duct maze. Raising the goggles so that you don't blind yourself, you look down into the vent. It's just another fake alien autopsy in progress. One agent is walking around with a camcorder and the others are fighting over who gets to be the doctor and who gets to be the alien. There's nothing in that room that you need, and entering from the air conditioning would probably alert the room's inhabitants to your peculiarly unauthorized status. Alright. A fan is set into the warren of ducts to help. A warren is set into the warren of ducts to helping to recirculate air from one part of the facility to another. This is the exception to the rule that pain shared is pain decreased. Infections travel very nicely in this sort of arrangement. You tug on one of the wires and it pops off of its terminal. The fan shuts off. Why does this duct dead end? I'm in a maze of slightly twisty passages and they're all alike. This thin, thank you. This thin galvanized steel, normally silver but green in the glow of your goggles, makes hollow knocking sounds at the sudden application of 160 pounds to normally non-weight bearing ductwork. Kind of crazy. Raising the goggles. Several office workers are working down here. One is at a large filing cabinet prominently marked Republicans and is removing folders and placing them in cartons. Another is marking the cartons to White House. A third worker carries the cartons out of the room. They're wearing dark glasses so they can claim to have not seen. Interesting. Another line of another set of dialogue that doesn't work right. Okay, seriously, stop with the look at. I don't know why I'm turning the fans off, but it's an option, so I'm doing it. A crowd of agents with notebooks is clustered around a tall wheel. Another agent repeatedly spins the wheel, calling out the results with each spin. Mechanical failure, administrative error, matter of national security, and several other dozen phrases. Every time civil rights comes up, it's met with gales of laughter and a free spin. It's a room full of federal agents, 20 of them packed into a 10-by-10 room surrounding a monitor. They're intently watching the news wires, and the moment the story appears involving scandal, serial murder, or catastrophe, they all set to work generating as many sick jokes as they can and putting them on the internet. It's an important job, and you're glad somebody's doing it, but you'd always heard it was being done by a room full of dead lawyers. The room below is like a war room with oversized electronic maps and constantly shifting displays. This is like the conspiracy room, where new fake conspiracies are cooked up daily in order to draw attention away from the real ones. So how is everybody enjoying my misery right now? I have not the slightest fucking idea where I am. Yeah, I know. You'd think they'd know better. The light, sounds, and smells coming from this vent indicate that it connects to the outside world. Yay, we found our way back out. Hi, Red! Whoa, that was a little more enthusiastic than I actually intended it to be. Hi, Red, how you doing? What's up, motherfucker? Alright, so that's the vent back out. Probably... Oh, right. Like, where did it not fade in? Off. How are you doing today, you fabulous beast? Uh-huh. Some federal agents are engaged in a quiet conversation with a profusely sweating New York senator. At first, the senator whoops with glee. A moment later, his demeanor changes to one of devastation when one of the agents says, "We said life without parole, not life without parole." Topical humor for the 1990s. That's what I kind of love about these games. Come on. Uh-huh. Conspiracy room again. "20 federal agents packed in a tight space," yes. Okay, seriously. They didn't redefine the areas where you can actually move. It's a very narrow area in the center. And I keep hitting off-center. Okay, 1 second. Really? Oh, well, that's... Oh, God, why did that not sink in? An extremely bored-looking agent is spiritedly playing with a book of Find the Word puzzles. This is the guy assigned to worry about the Kennedy, King, Malcolm X, Silkwood, Watergate, and Jimi Hendrix cover-ups. Oops, you probably hadn't heard about Hendrix. Forget we said anything. Hey, hot dog! That's Ralph von Valvow down there, and he seems to be in one piece. Also, he's a German Shepherd. Get it? Ralph von Valvow? By look and smell of the dingy, dirty little cell they've got him in, they've been grilling him for hours in both senses of the words. Ralph is panting and his fur is matted. You think you see him flick his eyes up towards you. Sitting across from him is a tired-looking sergeant in shirt sleeves. He speaks to Ralph in quietly threatening tones, but it also rises shrilly from time to time, as if the sergeant's patience is about at an end. On the other side of the partition, a researcher and a military person watch. Trying to tune out the abusive bluster of Ralph's interrogator, you're able to catch a few snatches of the other conversation. They're discussing the course of exploratory procedures that will help them determine how Ralph is able to speak. They both seem impatient to move beyond the interrogation phase. As the scientist points out, anything Ralph tells them is completely suspect anyway. See, Ralph von Valvow, the talking dog, hangs out with Joe, the deaf guy, or mute guy, excuse me, hears perfectly fine. He's mute. So a talking dog and a mute guy. Do you know how they made their money? Ventriloquism. They both seem impatient to move beyond the interrogation phase. As a scientific point... No, I heard that line. And then you could swear you hear one of them say, both of them. The sergeant sitting across from Ralph wipes his forehead on the drenched sleeve of his shirt, curses, and resumes the interrogation. You toot softly on the whistle, and Ralph's ears twitch. He looks one way and the other, and, you think, sneaks a quick glance directly at you. The sergeant asks Ralph if Malion was German. The slight breeze manages to draw off a modicum of the hot, damp air from below. You can think of a lot of things to say to the sergeant, but you don't want him to know you're here. And very little of what you can say is reproducible here.
I don't think so. What? Because he chose a German Shepherd? Dumpkov.
I don't get that last line. The sergeant asks Ralph if Malion performed the surgery on any other animals. Who's Malion? You consider pulling one of those "this is the voice of your conscience" routines so that you can talk to Ralph, but those anal military types would probably want to know where the voice is really coming from, and then the jig would be up.
He didn't perform the surgery. He had another student perform the surgery. I told you that.
Ralph must be doing a fine job of frustrating this guy. It must be the German genetic predisposition to seriousness and their proud heritage of self-discipline. The sergeant says, "And that student was?" The slight breeze manages to draw. Yeah, we already heard that line. You test the grill. It's not tight, but removing it would probably make a fair amount of noise. Maybe you can find a way to get those people out of the room first.
I don't know. A defrocked veterinary student. I've told you that too.
Also, please note, I seem to be very much more Austrian. You briefly wonder if you should find a way to get to one of the room's 3 human inhabitants to leave the cell. You consider trying the "this is the voice of God" thing, which always works well when you're in an event, but these are suspicious military types and they would probably want to find out where the voice is coming from. The general, sitting beside the scientist, quietly asks if hypnotism works on dogs. You can't see him very well, but based on what he's doing to Ralph, rather, what he's watching a subordinate officer do to Ralph, you already don't like him. The scientist tells the general that the only research into hypnotizing dogs was halted before the data was ever collected, thanks to that pesky Adlai Stevenson. The slight breeze. This is a vintage, smooth, corroded word processing typewriter. The sergeant takes out his handkerchief, wipes his face, and asks Ralph about Malion's political leanings. Various types of handwritten papers are scattered on the desk.
It was not about politics. The man couldn't come up with a decent subject for his doctoral thesis.
A silent MP stands watch over Ralph and the officer speaking to him. The scientist offers an observation to the general to the effect that the surgical alteration of the larynx and mouth should be easy to explain without invasive procedures. The scientist blots her forehead and adds that determining that the cause of Ralph's intelligence may take some probing, but once they open him up, they'll be able to rewrite the book on animal biochemistry. The general asks if rewriting the book won't require the dog's cooperation. The scientist considers for a moment before replying to the general's question. Then she says, "Ideally, but gaining any animal's cooperation isn't that difficult, even with humans." So I know where he is, but I can't do anything for him. You pull the goggles onto your head and flip the small power switch on the side. After a moment, the world pops into view in various shades of green and gray. It's a bit like being inside of a gigantic Nintendo Game Boy. So guess what we get to do now? We need to go back into the maze. We need to find every single fan. All of them. And make sure they're off. I have the sneaking suspicion I am walking around in circles. The sergeant is relaxing in a lounge here, thumbing through a well-worn magazine pictorial titled The Girls of Tailhook. Word to future game developers, political humor doesn't last. I appear to be completely lost again. Ah. You hear a lot of movement in Ralph's cell and you crawl back to the vent. The air in the cell has become practically unbreathable. The scientist and her companion stand, their clothing sticking to the backs of their chairs, and file out of the room. A moment later, they knock on the door. The impatient officer yells at Ralph to stay, and he walks out and closes the door behind him. You carefully dislodge the grill and pull it into the duct. Ralph looks up at you and you think smiles.
I knew it wasn't Joe.
What? You could tell by the way I whistle?
They're distinctive. You'd be surprised.
Maybe not. It's an instrument. Kinda.
Calm down, but be quiet.
Are they right outside?
I don't think so. But people keep walking by, and thank you for coming.
Joe's outside.
I know.
That was some of the most weirdly edited dialogue I've heard in a while. It's very clipped. Descend into the room. That could work. You set the grappling hook on the lip of the vent and then lean on it with as much body weight as possible to help sink the hooks into the thin metal ducts. You reach down and pull on the rope to test it. The hook stays put. Ralph paces nervously as you ease yourself out of the vent and slowly lower yourself on the rope until your feet touch the floor. You turn around and whip the rope until the hook dislodges. You deftly catch it, wrap the rope around your arm, and turn to Ralph.
This is very impressive, Jack. You know, I heard somebody here say that the CIA is looking for a few good assassins.
In high school, I was voted least likely to be an action hero. So have you noticed any prospective exits?
I'm game for the ducts.
Well, there's a problem with that. It lets out above the main door, and that's a long way to the ground. How are you with suction cups?
I had one a long time ago. It passed right through my system.
Okay, we'll find another way.
You stroke the top of Ralph's head. He looks up at you and smiles, or you'd like to believe. You never learned how to type. When you were in school, only girls were allowed to take the typing class. You took shop instead, and to your credit, you still have the napkin holder you made as a final project. In fact, it's hard to imagine where you would keep your napkins without it. An ashtray full of butts sits on the table. You consider taking the ashtray as a souvenir, hoping it says something like Mount Weather on it, but as you pick it up and move the butts around, you can see that it actually reads Grossinger. That being the name of one of the major Catskills resorts, you decide the ashtray was stolen to begin with. Restrain those Felix Unger-esque impulses. Who is Felix Unger? The report is entitled Implications and Applications of Heightened Intelligence in Domesticated Animals. You skim the report. It details ongoing experiments involving a dog, almost certainly Tina, and outlines several proposed procedures. Some of the diagrams and drawings are greatly disturbing. You close the report and toss it back on the table, feigning indifference so that Ralph will be less likely to want to take a look at it on his own. The sergeant's crisp, spotless cap is sitting on the desk. You sure hope the skull isn't catching cold. I'm going to take that. Yoink. Wadded up papers are scattered around the desk and floor. You take the crumpled piece of paper and open it up. It contains an unfinished draft of something that reads like a release form.
At first, they wanted me to sign a release giving them ownership of me. Then I pointed out to them that if they had me sign it, it would be an acknowledgement of my ability to think and reason for myself.
And thus they couldn't own you.
Right.
So what happened?
I think they've decided they don't need my permission.
Happens. The bare light bulb is highly annoying, not only for its glare, but also because it's radiating heat, and the room is already stifling. It's the only source of light in the room.
Damn. Why didn't I bring my wintergreen lifesavers?
I was just asking myself the same question.
Ah, the 90s. Look, it's my head. With these clothes and that haircut, you feel like a stranger in a strange land. Breaking a government mirror is 7 years hard labor. This is one of 4 chairs in the room. It looks so much like the other chairs that you suspect that this was an intentional similarity, but that would imply that someone gave some thought to this room's aesthetic design, and that the rest of the room contradicts that implication. Alright. Close up, you can see that this is a 1.5 hollow core pine 33-inch wide. Not too different from the estimation you made from your hidey hole in the air conditioning vent. The handle swings down effortlessly, but the door is still locked. You pull on the handle as hard as you can to the point where you're afraid you'll break it completely.
I don't think that's helping.
It's not doing much, but it is alleviating some of that tension I got from crawling around in those ducts.
That's good. You're very aware of your body.
Well, right now I am, what with you talking about my body and all.
Various types of handwritten papers are scattered on the desk. Well, let me read them. A sturdy, if Spartan wooden desk stands in the center of the room between you and Ralph. There's a single shallow drawer in the center. The drawer is locked. Deciding to see how the other half lives, you slip on the uniform and sergeant's caps. Thanks to the Army's one-size-fits-all tailoring, it's not too horrendous, although it makes you look a little full in the back, so to speak. Do I have anything that will pick that? Maybe I could pry that open. A strip of coat hooks is hung on the back of the door. There's a keyhole under the door handle. Well, unlock it.
Boy, am I glad to see you.
What did you do, Ralph?
I guess I shouldn't have gone on Nightline.
I told you not to go on Nightline. I told you people would see you.
So you told me, I admit it. I should have gone on the new Bill Cosby show instead.
When Bill Cosby had a talk show. Sometimes this game is like standing in a time capsule.
Yeah?
How did you get here anyway?
Joe and I had gone into PetSmart to pick up a few toiletries. So we are in the toothpaste aisle and 4 or 5 guys smelling of fast food came in behind us and just hustled me out.
Did you say anything?
Not for hours. Not until they started talking about finding Joe and bringing him in too.
He was shadowing them the whole way. Tracked them here, then came back to the bar and got me. Didn't waste any time.
His birthday's coming up. This year, I do something special.
What have you told them?
Just about everything. 10 times. And the truth, too. The intelligence was mutation. The voice was surgery. The combination was a coincidence.
That's where I can see them getting uneasy. They probably don't like coincidences.
Precisely. I don't know if I would believe it myself if I wasn't a talking dog.
If you have any suggestions for getting out of here, I'm all ears.
Until now, I've been concentrating on not giving them reasons to dissect me. There are only 2 exits that I know of, other than the way you came in. They're both doors and they both high security. They have an elaborate password system that I have not been able to figure out.
Can you tell me anything about it?
Not really. Just listening to it, I can't make sense of it.
So we still have to find this other puppy?
Yes, I think we have to.
If you have any superpowers other than speech and intelligence, now's the time to use them.
I also smell much better than you do.
If that's true, I need a shower. Just checking to make sure you don't slip out of consciousness from a concussion or something.
This wasn't Howard Beach. Although I think that Sergeant wouldn't have minded taking a swing at me, and I certainly wouldn't have minded biting back.
You know, he kind of sounds like Benzai when he talks. You ignore you. Oh, I should actually search the uniform. You look through the pockets of the uniform. You find a small key, a folded subpoena, a wad of cash rolled into a cylinder, a fortune cookie-sized slip of paper with the word phonics on it, and a crack pipe. After weighing the pros and cons of taking this stuff, you finally decide that it's safest just to take the key. You try the little key from the uniform in the desk drawer. It makes a satisfying click. You open the drawer and look inside. It contains a memo. DOD memorandum to guard duty personnel for Mount Weather operations. I need to learn how to talk. Date 5/15/94 regarding EJAC drills. Commencing immediately, unannounced EJAC drills will be performed on a regular basis. Immediate lockdown is required and all locks should report as read on systems. Diagnostics will periodically be administered during EJAC drills. Beta security procedures will be in effect. You notice a handwritten note at the bottom of the memo. Fish. Ah, it's a phonics puzzle, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who've never heard the line, and I'm pretty sure you all have right now, GHOTI is an old wordplay. I've heard it credited to to Mark Twain, amongst others. G is in enough, O is in women, T-I as in... I forgot what word that's from. Basically, you phonetically manage to form fish out of completely irregular letters. GH out of enough, O out of women. I don't remember. Brain's not working today. Just a second here. Yeah, it's T-I as in nation. Alright. Or T as in ballet, or... yeah. That's what I'd never seen before. If you use GH from though, O as in people, T as from ballet, and I as in business, GHOTI has no sound. It's all silent characters. That's funny. I'd never heard that before. Ow. So I'm going to actually pull out a notepad and start breaking some shit down. Because that's what I'm going to have to do, as much fun as I'm sure it is. So if GHOTI is fish, then that makes Chavkin into Chafin, No, Chafkin. I think. I-F-T-U-M-B. Iftum? I have the sneaking suspicion I'm not doing this puzzle correctly. We'll worry about that in a second. I'm going to write those down, though. Just because. After reading the memo, you reclose the drawer. Yeah, I did. Wait, which message? Which message where? Whoa, I look all dapper and stuff. If you keep your chest unnaturally inflated, the jacket actually seems to fit. Then I must have got it. The key doesn't fit the door's lock. The handle swings down effortlessly, but the door is still locked.
Yeah?
Just checking to make sure you...
This wasn't...
Yeah, it's the same memo.
Yeah.
Not the option I wanted.
Just check...
This...
Ralph is panting, partly from the heat and partly from nervousness. The coat hooks are screwed tightly to the door in order to prevent interdepartmental theft. Just have to buy your own when you get home to civilization. Oh, no, I could just unscrew them. Oh, then I don't think I did. I'll have to keep a lookout. Check my mail again. Okay, really? What the... I don't think in the right terms for adventure games some days. I just don't. Yeah. Well, Twitch TV messages I get emailed. That's how I actually get them. Oh, maybe I have to do that. I'll have to look. In the hope that the lock is a simple one, you slip your driver's license into the slit between the door and the jamb. You peer in and see that the stiff plastic laminate is indeed helping to push the triangular bolt back into the door. After a couple of minutes of wrestling, you succeed in pushing the bolt back. You leave the license in place and slowly turn the handle and pull the door open a crack. Ralph pads over and joins you as you peek out of the door to see if anyone's around. And they're not. You slip your hand outside the door and feel for a latch or key. There isn't one, but there's a pair of buttons above and below the bolt on the narrow edge of the door. You switch their positions and disable the lock. I think producers can. I don't know. Having unlocked the door, it now opens as easy as you please. You step out into the room behind the cell, and Ralph trots over and stands behind your legs. Good doggy. The cavernous interior of Mount Weather echoes with voices and footfalls of countless military and civilian personnel. What it must have cost to hollow out this mountain you can't begin to guess, but the biggest question in your mind is, where do they all park? Okay, that's not really what I wanted to do. A small scaffold is constructed here for reparations on the front door. Judging from the walls, you'd say the atrium is about 6 stories tall, perhaps a little taller. You're not that impressed. It's nothing compared to the Mall of America. This place doesn't even have a TCB wide, let alone its own wave pool. The doorway leads back outside. It'd be the least obtrusive way out of here, except that it requires a key card, which you don't have. Craning your neck to see the top of the atrium, you're afforded a spectacular view of the brightly lit dome at the top of the ceiling. It's easy to imagine a fleet of hooded operatives descending on cables, throwing smoke pellets, and taking out 6 guards with each shot. Ralph dogs your heels complacently, attempting to look docile but reluctant. A large corrugated metal door is doing a fine job of filling the doorway. You nonchalantly stroll over to the gate, bend down, and look around to see if you've attracted any attention. You haven't, so you try to slowly lift the metal gate, but it's locked. That's just as well. You didn't want to inadvertently see any government secrets and thereby pose a threat to the free world. We all have our moments. You can't see beyond the mirrored glass set into this door. Just opening the door and walking in would be a bad idea unless and until you know that the room beyond is empty.
Can you tell whether or not there are people behind that door? You know, smell it and see what you get?
Yes, I could. But you know, Jake, maybe this is the time to put your training to the test.
But this isn't like truffle hunting. Truffles smell horrible. I don't have the olfactory sensitivity you do. I can try, but...
There's no try, only do. Trust your instincts, Jake. Let go.
Okay, Ben.
You kneel down and pretend to be petting Ralph as you sniff around near the bottom of the door.
I don't know.
Close your eyes.
Yeasty.
Mm-hmm.
Sour. Sweaty.
Very good.
I'd say there's a room with people in it. Men.
And?
Beer.
Close.
Non-alcoholic beer.
And?
You sniff harder and detect a greasy note.
Cheese fries?
Very good, Jake.
Thank you. Believe me, it's luck.
In my experience, there is no such thing as luck.
Ralph whines and scratches behind an ear. What looks like to be the very first push-button phone ever manufactured is hung on the wall next to the nearest door. You pick up the phone.
Who are you calling?
There's a phone in the guardhouse outside, and they have controls for the front door there.
We have work to do first. We haven't found the other dog yet.
Oh, yeah, right. Sorry.
You hang up the phone. These barrels are industrial supply containers. They all have different labels and contents. Ralph sniffs around on the ground for a moment. A large industrial forklift is being used to move stacks of crates. You step up and tell the driver you want to commandeer his forklift. He and the other workers in the area burst out laughing and regale you with comments like, "That's a good one, sir," and "We'll have to tell that to the other men, sir," and "We'll be happy to do whatever you need done, sir, if you just submit a work order 8G in triplicate to the supply office and give us till next Tuesday." These movable catwalks are for loading and unloading the transports, assembling heavy machinery, and spitting from. You make your way over to the catwalks and begin to climb up the support structure. You turn to make sure nobody's watching, and you find to your disappointment that only a half-dozen soldiers are watching. Red-faced, you shimmy down again, loudly bark at the men to get back to work, and then walk away. Ralph suddenly turns and goes after his own tail, spinning for a few seconds in a startlingly convincing impersonation of a dumb dog.
That was good.
A transport vehicle is parked at the end of what appears to be a capacious storage area. Sure enough, upon closer look, there are some crates marked capacious just behind the truck. You approach the transport and notice several drones in the immediate vicinity working in and around the truck. Rather than confront them, you pretend to take a brief look at their work, nod in considered approval, and slowly stride back to the railing. This looks like an elevator, at least the neuro-linguistic equivalent of an elevator. Ralph suddenly stands at attention, ear snapping forward. Then he relaxes.
At ease.
Shh. Don't make me laugh.
The elevator is keyed. You don't have the right kind of key to call it, but since you really don't want to come face to face with other humans here if you can prevent it, you really don't give a rat's ass whether you make it up this elevator or not. Trying to open the elevator by sheer force would be conspicuous. Conspicuous, the state of being ridiculously conspicuous. See also conspicuously, adverb conspicuousness, noun conspicuosity. The special lighting for this door leads you to suspect that this is one of the busier entrances. It's always polite to sniff ahead of time if you're going to drop in somewhere.
How about sniffing this one?
How about it?
You gonna make me do all of these?
Why not? I won't let you make any big mistakes.
You crouch and pretend to take a stone out of your shoe. As you do, you sniff at the aroma wafting in from under the door. You close your eyes.
Ozone.
Ralph waits for more.
Oil?
What kind?
10W30.
Good. And?
It's sharp, I don't know.
It envelops you and guides you.
Acetylene?
Very, very good. Are there people in there?
You press your ear to the door.
Cheating.
You sniff instead.
Yes, there are people. At least there's a woman in there.
And she's wearing?
You take one more good drag.
Stetson for women.
Be proud, Jake. Be very proud.
Ralph catches the scent of something and points his nose in the air, sniffing.
Gesundheit.
Danke.
You have reason to believe that the room is occupied, and hence a foolish place to wander into. Thick pipes in the profusion climb the walls of the atrium, giving it a menacing little touch of Brazil, the movie, not the chocolate rainforest. As you approach the wall of pipes, you plan your course of action. You'll find a couple of 2x4s, make a pair of stilts, and reach the pipes. Once you do, you can jettison the stilts and shimmy up the pipes using the suction cups if need be. Nobody will think twice about seeing an officer scaling the walls. And while we're at it, let's have peace on earth, goodwill toward men forevermore, okay? Okay, it's all set, no problem. Duly cowed by all the sarcasm running through your head, you slink back to where you were standing. You could make a commercial for these rugged, durable Thom McCann knockoffs of Rockports. They've held up even under the most trying conditions, crawling through air-conditioning ducts, tramping through steamy jungles, pounding the cobblestones of Romania. You just wish your toes had a little more room to wiggle. Ralph snuffles out as if he's got dust in his nose. You attempt to pull the canvas up, but the weight of the scaffold's beams don't allow you to get any significant slack. A heavy canvas dropcloth is being used here to keep the nice metal floor clean. Near the bottom of each pole is a turnbuckle which can be used to even out the scaffolding if the floor is uneven. The turnbuckle is at maximum tightness. You can't turn it either way. Ralph suddenly swings his head around and chews on a spot on his flank.
You got this down good.
Mm-hmm.
The seam between the two sides of the massive metal door is right in front of you. The tolerances are minute. You couldn't even slip a piece of paper between them, which is a good thing for a bomb shelter. Steel poles from the skeleton of the scaffold, stretching about 10 feet overhead. Directly up, you see nothing but the overhead dome. Ralph slowly walks in between some of the stacks of supplies right next to the lab door. A moment later, he trots out looking much relieved. You start to shake the pole to test his scaffold worthiness.
What are you doing that for?
Just testing it.
Aren't people going to wonder why the scaffold is shaking?
Okay, I'm done.
You start to climb up the pole.
What are you looking for, Jake?
Anything.
Well, let me know when you find it.
Turn. The pole doesn't seem to turn, but now your hand smells of steel. Ralph suddenly sits down and begins to lick himself in a special way.
You're overdoing it.
Ralph stops instantly and thinks about what you've said. Then he very purposefully licks himself 3 times more before standing up and regarding you with the superiority and amusement. You just know he's thinking, I can, and you can't. You fish through your pockets for a battering ram, but unfortunately you seem to have forgotten to bring one. Suddenly you've got happy feet. It doesn't help you out of mountain weather, but it sure makes you feel like dancing the night away. If only you knew the secrets being cooked up behind these doors, your blood would turn so cold that Ben and Jerry could name a sorbet after you. To reach that door, you'd have to throw your arms seriously out of joint. Ralph sighs heavily. This doorway could lead anywhere. In your heightened state of paranoia, you realize that it leads to high-tech chambers where high-ranking megalomaniacs plot to withhold shocking evidence of something, anything, whatever they can find not to reveal. That's what they're hiding. There are glass-walled walkways running through the upper floors of the atrium. It's little wonder that the tech war people have spent the last 3 years trying to get permission to shoot episodes in here. Well, that's dated. Dated game. Hundreds of barrels of K rations are stockpiled here by FEMA. For what you've heard about Army food, the K probably stands for kennel. Ralph sits and slowly scratches one ear. This imposing edifice looks as if it could house hundreds, perhaps thousands of civil servants. A chill runs up and down your spine. And what if there were an earthquake? There'd be nothing left here but edifice wrecks. Wouldn't that be a mother? Wow, that one was heavy. This is the door to the stuffy interrogation room. You begin to sniff the cell door, then you remember that if anybody had got in there, there'd be an alarm raised. Ralph puts his forelegs out in front of him and stretches, making his back concave and spreading out his paws.
Ah, he thinks he's people.
I have a better opinion of myself than that.
Wah, wah, wah. The door at the top of the stairs leads into the edifice's second floor. You wonder if that means Petite Junior misses Meg's fragrance, luggage, and travel gifts. Let's sniff it. You begin to sniff at the door when Ralph goes into action. He stands up, his hands against the door, and he starts to push the handle with his nose. You immediately catch up to him and grab the handle.
Wait, is it safe?
Ralph mutters something you can't quite hear and starts to scratch quickly at the door. Realizing he's attracting attention, you turn the handle and he bolts into the room beyond. You stick your head inside the room and scan quickly for humans. You see none. The room's lights are at half-brightedness, but it's obviously a laboratory of some kind. You're struck by a strong animal scent and another one, a powerful antiseptic, and the combination is sickening. You can only imagine how overpowering it must be for Ralph. On the far side of the room are stacks of cages. Ralph is already skittered between the lab tables and is running down the stacks, bumping cages, his paws finding no traction on the smooth floor. Before you can reach him, he tries to come to a screeching halt, overshoots, paws clicking frantically, and he runs back the other way until he stops in front of one of a large cage on the bottom row. Ralph settles to the floor and lowers his head between his paws, coming face to face with another dog. They sniff each other, Ralph wildly, twitching with excitement, the other more tentatively. Ralph whines.
Yes, it's a very bad smell.
Ralph's body stiffens in shock at the sound of her voice.
Wait a minute.
Ralph stands up and sticks his nose through the cage. You reach down and open the cage door. Ralph steps back so that the other German Shepherd can come out. They sniff each other from head to toe.
I know you.
But you don't remember me.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
You are Ralph. It's okay. It's been a long time. You are just a whelp.
Wait, Tina?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my dog.
I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
But you're speaking.
I'm sorry, excuse me, but I'd like an introduction.
Tina, this is my friend, Jake Stonebender. Jake, this is my sister, Tina.
A pleasure.
The three of you walk out of the lab and into the atrium.
Now, don't act smart, okay? Just act like a couple of normal dogs. The less attention you draw to yourself, the better.
Agreed.
Which is why you're talking to them, Jake. Oh, they look so adorable. And something.
What are you going to do?
Going to try to get the guard outside to open the main door.
What did I tell you about trying?
There is no try. Only do.
Good. Now escort us back to the scaffold first so we can be ready to run.
You take the dogs back to the scaffold. Yeah, those are joyman sheps.
You two stay here. I'm gonna go make the call. Be ready to bolt. I don't know how long the door will stay open. We've got a truck outside the fence at about 1 o'clock from here. Joe should be ready. There's a large scaffold right on the other side of the door. When the door starts to open, if it opens outward, it's gonna knock that scaffold right over. Hang back. Don't start to run till the scaffold falls down, okay? One more thing. There's a hole in the fence, but be careful. It's an electrified fence. It should be turned off, but just in case, pretend it's on. I'll follow as fast as I can, but if you don't see me and they're gaining on you, don't wait. Take off.
Good luck, Jake.
Even if we don't make it out of here, it was worth it to see you again, Ralph. You've turned into a very handsome dog. I am glad Melian gave you the same gift he gave me.
She licks his ear.
Hasta la vista, puppies.
The guard asks you for the password.
What? That ain't any password I ever heard. Didn't you get your new word this morning?
Nope.
What are you, new around here? You need the real word, and then the weird one with the bizarro letter combinations. They don't look nothing alike, but you know, they pronounce the same. That's English for you, anyways.
He hangs up. You hang up. You both hang up. You pick up the phone and dial 512. The guard asks you for the password.
Gotti. Oh, you mean G-H-O-T-I. Wasn't that half the password from Sunday?
Half of the password?
Yeah, you know. Fish. G-H-O-T-I. G-H is in tough. O is in women. T-I as in action. Fish. You guys quit yanking my chain. Get back to work.
He giggles and hangs up the phone. You hang up second. So Chaghikin.
Chagakin. Oh, I get it. You mean Chaghikin. That's caffeine, not Chagakin. That was days ago. Hey, guys, quit ribbing me just 'cause I'm pulling guard duty.
He hangs up on you and you replace the phone on the hook. Igthum?
Wrong, bud. Hey.
Okay. Igtumb, excuse me.
Wrong-o. Get with it, Sizzle Chest. Today's password follows the same paradigm as all the previous ones. You mean K-N-E-I-C-I-O-N. That's half a Tuesday's password. Nation's the way you say that. Now quit making me laugh. I'm supposed to be on guard duty.
How do you get nation out of that?
The guard clucks his tongue in mock stupefaction. Actually, stupefaction is pretty complete already.
K-N as in knee. E-I as in way. C-I as in ancient. And O-N as in onion. Okay? See, I know the drill. What do you think I am, a moron?
He laughs as he hangs up the phone. I didn't want to say it too loudly, my friend, but, yeah. You might be a little special. He asks you for the password. MBOPHEKN. Yeah, that's right.
Hey, first of all, that's yesterday's word. Second, it's not pronounced Mbofican. It's pronounced with an MB as in thumb, an O as in love, a PH as in phone, an E as in women, and a KN as in knowledge. Okay?
Morphine? Well, then there's only one other password on the list. The guard tells you that's correct and asks for the other part of the password. GMOUGN.
What the heck? Are you spoofing me or what? That ain't the other part of the password. Now quit picking on me. I'm trying to guard.
The guard hangs up on you, then you hang up on him, but it's not as satisfying in that order. Alright, well, we know the first F is Gemugen. Gemugen. Belch. Yep, yay for Jeezy Game. Let's hear it for Jeezy Game. Everybody clap. Okay, enough clapping. I must have written that one down wrong.
What the heck are you?
Maybe you'll help me out if I write that other one down. IGHTUMB, yeah. He pretends that one doesn't actually work. It's IGHTUM.
Igtum. Oh, IGHTUMB. Item. That was 3 days ago. What are you guys, testing me? Sorry. You're not getting me. I'm one step ahead of you.
Ouch.
Sorry.
Wait.
What the heck
Nah.
are you?
That was a thought. Because I can't think of a word one that's got a GM. But I'm willing to bet it's G as in G, as in, G as in, well, soft G. Let's go soft G, because I can't think of a word that actually uses soft G where it's always a soft G. But O-G-O-U-G-N? That one's wicked. That's just a little bit wicked there, eh, mate? Just a tiny bit. Okay, 1 second. Okay, 3 sounds are G, M, O, U, and G, N. Trying to think of a single word with a GM in it. That's, sounds anything unique. Okay. So I bet we're going to go with that one. GM is in phlegm, where it just becomes mm. GN. GN tends to become an in, so that'd be mm, which doesn't work. Ah. Yep, wrong side.
Heck yeah, that's the one. What's up?
This is Sergeant Kirkland. We're conducting an ejac drill, and I need to test a couple of systems.
Yes, sir. Whatever you say, sir.
Turn off your backup systems.
Through the receiver, you hear a snap as the guard toggles what he thinks is the backup system switch. But because of the switch you made earlier, he's actually unlocking the main door. To your right, there is a brief, deep bass hum as the lock turns off. Your stomach knots as you realize how close you are to having to run for your life.
Backup systems are off now.
Good. Now try unlocking your panel and hit the main door button.
Sir, the door is currently unlocked. The main door button will open it and knock down the scaffold, sir.
Who exactly am I talking to?
Private Jensen, sir.
Jensen, huh? Private Jensen? Well, this is Sergeant Kirkland. Got that? How would you like to stay a private for the next 30 years?
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir.
Good. Then do as I told you. Just be sure to toggle the main door lock on first. That'll prevent the door from opening.
You hear the click of another switch being thrown. In reality, the guard is merely turning on the backup systems, which aren't being used because the main systems are still apparently operating normally.
Lock on, sir. We're all set. Shall I try the main door button?
Adrenaline courses through your veins. Everything comes sharply into focus, and the air feels unusually bracing. You hear him unlock the panel. He seems to be working in slow motion.
Now, sir?
Now.
You hear a soft click as the guard depresses the button. Nothing happens. Your heart leaps into your mouth.
Sir?
You have no idea what to say to him. Then, with a slow rumble, the front doors begin to open outward. The guard on the phone gives a satisfying shriek. Pandemonium breaks out. The outside scaffold falls with a crash. You pray the dogs listened and waited before running. You suddenly realize you're waiting around for nothing. You start with a fast walk, progress to a jog, and finally go to an all-out run. Most people are milling around the entrance, not sure what to make of the door's unannounced opening or the fallen scaffold. You run through the crowd and keep going. Suddenly, somebody behind you shouts at you. As you run, you tear off the hat and jacket and throw them over your shoulder. Then you spot the dogs, black shadows, running at high speed towards the hole in the fence. You can see the headlights of the truck beyond, bouncing slowly, approaching the hole. Joe must have been watching for the front door to open.
Hustle, Stonebender.
Don't use my name.
The shouts behind you increase in volume, but you've got a good head start. Shortly after the dogs leap through the hole, they bound up into the back of the truck. They turn and watch you draw nearer. Joe throws the truck into reverse and does a perfect backwards one-point turn and throws the passenger side door open for you. You pick your way through the hole in the fence and dive into the truck. Joe floors at your legs being pelted as the truck's wheels kick up stones and dirt.
Hang on!
The dogs are thrown against the back as the truck takes off, and you have to grab onto the seat to keep from flying out the door. As the truck races down the road, you pull yourself into the cab, reach out, and shut the door. Ralph and Tina start to bark in victory as the mountain recedes into the blackness. Joe burns rubber all the way to Westchester, then slows down when you all agree that you've gotten away without being followed. For a nicer drive back to Callahan's, Joe takes the pretty wooded Northern State Parkway. By the time you get back, it's almost midnight, and the party is still in full swing. As the four of you pile out of the car, Ralph speaks up.
Pardon me, but have I said thank you to anyone yet? Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome, Ralph. And thank you, Joe.
You're welcome, Ralph and Jake. Thank you, Jake.
You're welcome, Joe.
Thank you all.
You're welcome, Tina.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. You walk into Callahan's amidst a chorus of cheers. A half hour later, you finish telling everyone the story of how you and Joe sprang Ralph and Tina from Mount Weather.
You know how they say military intelligence is an oxymoron? Well then, wouldn't that make military counterintelligence redundant?
So let me get this straight. You climbed up this immense door. And by the way, I hope you got paid scale for that. And then you were inducted?
I said I went in ducts.
He was absolutely heroic.
Jake, I think Tina likes you.
She's a beautiful dog.
Maybe she's available.
She could do a lot worse than you.
Thank you. But there's an obvious problem. Religion.
You know, Jake.
Uh-oh.
Now that you've stolen Ralph and Tina from the government, you know what you have here, don't you?
Yeah, a couple of hot dogs.
I'm sure they've mustered their forces by now. Probably catch up with you any minute.
Don't say that with so much relish.
I apologize. After all, you're already a hot dog. I don't want to make you a sauerkraut, too.
If my jaw clenches any tighter, I'm going to explode. Sasha's learned how to fly again, and Pyotr couldn't be happier about it, although heaven forfend he should show it. So hey, Sasha's down in here now, so we've got the dogs, and we need to find a couple of stallions so it can be a real dog and pony show. And that is Doc Webster. That's the town doctor and surgeon, and yes, he is incredibly fat. He's also the fastest pun dropper in the storyline. Short of Jake and Mike. So let's see. Let's talk to the psychotic biker guy again, who seems to keep implying that we're all about to die. He also appears to be drinking beer out of a long champagne glass. I still don't get that.
Yes, Jake.
Hey, I told you some stuff would happen tonight.
You were right. This is most amusing. And I'm really enjoying learning your language, you know?
You're doing very well.
That is exactly correct. I am doing very well.
You know, normally I would stop at 5 o'clock. We only have one chapter left to go. One lone little chapter. Kind of marathon through them today. So you know what? I'm gonna keep going. We're about to roll over 3,000 views and 50 followers, too. I'm pretty impressed by those numbers. So anyway, the last guy we need to talk to is probably, well, we haven't talked to this jackass in his fucking Burger King Dragon Ball helmet. The fuck are you anyway, Queen Amidala? It's Alfie, the time-traveling flim-flam man. He has some nerve showing his face around here after his last con. Imagine trying to sell band uniforms to a town without a band. That might play in Iowa, but this is New York. He actually was the subject of a title of one of the books, Time Traveler, Strictly Cash.
Jake, oh God, Jake, make it stop.
What in the world is wrong?
I did something I shouldn't have.
You want me to sound surprised?
I took a pill. It's called Voyatrazine.
Never heard of it.
But that's because it doesn't exist in this time. I got it in the future, and it's driving me crazy. It's supposed to make you psychic.
Hey, did I just hear him right? What did you say that stuff does?
Makes you psychic?
Yes, oh, and it works. It works so well, it's killing me. Oh, make everybody stop thinking.
Whoa, calm down, Al. You're okay.
No, I'm not. I can hear everybody thinking at once, all the time. I can't make it quiet. Oh, I can't take this. It's everybody thinking at once, and it goes on, and I hear things nobody should ever hear, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Is there an antidote?
I don't know. I don't think Dr. Duplicitness ever made one. Oh, sweet mother, this is horrible.
He breaks down into tortured sobs and grinds his face with his hands.
Jake, you're not helping me.
How can I help you?
Al grabs you by the lapels and brings his face up to yours.
Ah, you're a lifesaver.
I wish I was a Tic Tac instead. You have...
Yeah, bad breath, I know. Everybody's been thinking that all night. That's not important. I want you to take my time sled. Go back where I came from and get the antidote. Hurry.
You mean you want me to go to the future?
Yes, you'll love it. It's an adventure.
How far in the future is it?
It's not even a couple of 100 years. What does it matter? Go on, go on.
I thought you said there might not be an antidote.
So they'll make one up. They're smart. They can improvise. They'll do it for you, Jake. They won't do it for me.
Why wouldn't they do it for you?
People like you, Jake. They know you're a nice guy. They like to do things for you. Me, on the other hand, I'm,
a devious little crumb?
Well, I was gonna say I'm harder to get to know.
Everybody get their waders on.
Because it's about to get deep in here.
Why can't you go?
Oh, I can't think straight. I'm going insane.
He must have gotten somebody awfully angry with him.
Stop that. Just because they're a bunch of crooked, narrow-minded... Oh, Jake, you gotta help me.
All right, I'll help you. But you're gonna owe me for this. Big time.
Thank you. Oh, Jake, I'll be good after this, I swear.
Please, don't grovel.
But he does it so well.
Well, yeah, but then get him a Tic Tac first.
There's something else. Please?
What?
Put me out of my misery. Give me something. Put me under.
Through his tightly clenched teeth, you think you hear him whisper something about being slipped a Mickey. He mashes his face with his hands, pushing the flesh around in a uniquely human method of making it feel better. You hold the vial out to Alfie. He takes it and looks at it miserably. When he realizes what he is, he frantically begins to unscrew the cap. You grab it away from him before he can down the whole vial and kill himself. Alright, so I can't give him the whole vial.
Something for the Angel of Mercy?
Mike, I need one of your patented Mickey fins.
I'd be happy to oblige, Jake, but I'm missing the most important ingredient, the drops that put the finish in the Mickey fin.
Which is?
Sodium pentothal or halothane are traditional, but any general anesthetic would do the trick.
I honestly don't know. You hand the little vial of morphine to Mike.
Gee, thanks, Jake. Morphine really says it all. You just want me to hang on to this?
Yeah, put it in your first aid kit or something.
Okay, thanks.
They probably all know you have chocolate. None of them are visibly impressed.
Yes, something...
How about a Tullamore Dew for the road?
Why not?
Callahan pours you a dew, which you slowly imbibe. And I'm getting drunker and drunker.
Yes, something for the Angel of Mercy?
Can you make a Mickey fin out of that morphine I gave you?
Coming right up.
Callahan swiftly assembles a small drink using a tiny bit of the morphine you provided. He hands you the finished drink, which you in turn hand to Alfie.
Ah, you're a lifesaver.
Al quickly downs the drink, and almost before he's even finished it, a look of blessed serenity comes over him, and he slumps to the table unconscious. You search Alfie. All you find is an old recipe, which seems to be a curious thing for Alfie to be carrying around. On a whim, you take it with you. Maybe that's headgear from the future. It's a recipe for Civic Mill mild dill mix, with the word civic circled. Interesting. And I still haven't been able to talk to the bum. Yep, that's Mike for you. Well, it also helps that Mike Callahan is a time-traveling space alien, and Callahan's is actually a location that exists outside of time and space. Yeah, I said that with a straight face. This is Alfie's hypnotic beanie. You're not sure how it works, but it seems to be semi-automatic, which isn't as dangerous as it sounds. The books are really good. The game is really good. And it's a shame, really, that right after this, basically this developer made one more adventure game and then switched to first-person shooters. So the side question is, where is his time sled?
Something.
Keep an eye on Al for me. I'll be back in no time.
No need to rush. I think I like him better this way.
Maybe I need to take my truck. Spider was absolutely wonderful for just off the side humor. You hop into the pickup and pull out into traffic. You push your vehicle to the limit, whizzing through stoplights and weaving in and out of traffic. But no matter how fast you go, you still can't seem to get up enough speed to make it into the future. There's only one thing left to do. Go back to the bar and use Alfie's time sled. You turn back into the parking lot and get out of the truck. So where is this time sled? Oh, right there. Where it hasn't been the whole game. After a cursory scan of the time sled's body, you notice what looks like a key sticking out of a red-trimmed metallic plate. Slowly you turn it, step by step, inch by inch, and then you take a seat in the idling time sled and make a quick scan of the instrument panel with its numerous settings, dials, gauges, and readouts. The back of your mind taps you on the shoulder and tells you you're sitting on something hard, so you reach underneath the seat and pull out a seatbelt buckle attached to the right-hand seatbelt strap. With your eyes still on the instruments, you grope for and pull up the other strap. As you insert the buckle, a panel opens, exposing a small touchscreen. When you unbuckle the seatbelt, the panel slides shut over the touchpad. You climb out of the time sled, which continues to sputter and rock. You know, I really should have marked down what the time was for Callahan's. No, well. Wait. Wait. Yes, thank you. I wanted a fucking converter. No, it doesn't work. Wait. Alright. So that is a most intriguing string, my friends. CIVICMILLMILD. That's Roman numerals. So CIVICMILL is still 101? Well. CIVC? Well, C is 100. So CIV and C again. Well, you should learn how to read. Word up. It's good for you. It'll make you smile. Ah! Stupid thing. Don't do that. The IC is not acceptable. So we see CIVIC, which is, it's 100. We just had 4I1, C is 100. Okay. 100. Okay. Alright, I got it. That makes more sense. So 101 for 100. $101. Oh, okay. Break them all down. That makes more sense. Shady Hood, 2120. New York, Dr. Duplicitous's neighborhood. The time sled begins to vibrate violently. The world seems to fall away, and you suddenly feel as if you've been punched in the stomach, given a full S-salon body massage, and dropped into a runaway roller coaster, all in the same shuddering instant. For the briefest of moments, you realize that you're staring upside down at your stomach and your feet are over your head. Just as abruptly, the world unwinds, and your hand instinctively flies up to your face to block the sudden light. Like turning right side up on a carnival ride, the world unfolds into normalcy. A couple seconds later, your evening's worth of drinks reclaims its territory in the pit of your stomach. It's brighter out than when you left, and you're on a street level. You're in an alley facing out into the street. Nobody seems to be paying any attention to you or the sled. You stand and walk to the end of the alley and look around. If this is the future, it doesn't look anything like one of those dark, cold, rainy cyberpunk cities of William Gibson. The streets are clean and uncongested, you can smell good food being prepared, and the skies are clear and blue. There's got to be one hell of a catch. Okay. An unpleasant man with an agitated, fidgety movements of a Dustin Hoffman and the perpetual whine of a Joe Pesci stands just inside the alley, making calls and looking uncomfortable. Rat's ass smells of cheap sweat and sour cologne. Not to be confused with cheap sweet and sour cologne, which is considered a grooming delicacy in some cultures.
Yeah, Rube, what do you want?
I'm kind of a stranger around here.
No, I wouldn't have guessed. Hey, 20th century nostalgia dudes have been out for 20 years.
He speaks into his cell phone.
Hold on, would you? I got Poindexter here. Looks like he just fell off of the Soylent Mobile.
He turns his attention back to you.
So?
Who are you?
Who's asking?
Stonebender. Jake Stonebender.
Rat says Puka. Excuse me a second.
He turns back to his phone.
I don't give a flying filbin how much you pay me. You don't say anything about it to her. Are you listening to me? I'll pull you out from that iron lung so fast you're gonna need a thing to put you back in with. I know, I'm sorry. I can't do 5 things at once.
He puts his hand over the mouthpiece and turns to you.
What?
You know anything about a Dr. Duplicitous?
Shh. Gates on a crutch. Rube, keep your voice down.
He turns back to the phone and holds up a finger for you to wait a moment.
No, look, I'll call you back when it shows up. And if it doesn't, I'm gonna get Palermo to pay the 2 of them a visit. And I'm warning you, he's gonna take their intestines out and wrap them around themselves and put them back in there. Look, I'll talk to you later. I'm really off my stride now. I got this refugee watching me. He's weird with a beard, man. He's not on V. I can read him like a book, and he's gonna get us both killed.
He turns off his phone.
Okay, Wally, what is it?
Why are we not supposed to say his name out loud?
That's a stupid question, and if... Oh, you really don't know. I like a man who doesn't know his way around. See, he don't like to officially exist. It's a tax thing. So when he hears somebody mention the name, well, he gets worried that people will start to think there is a guy named Doc by that name, when there really isn't. I don't like talking about this. It's a waste of time. Wasting time makes me really nervous. Was there anything else?
What do you mean you can read me like a book?
He stares at you intently for a couple seconds.
Nothing. It was a quip. I mean, a figure of speech.
That's all?
Yeah, I mean, I got work to do.
A couple old root beer bottles bearing the familiar high-res root beer label have been discarded here. Checking first to make sure there's nothing growing in the bottoms of the bottles, you take the root beer bottles. A sickly-looking man is laying on the ground, twitching occasionally, but otherwise behaving himself.
It's none of your damn business.
What?
Yes, you were wondering about me, and it's none of your business.
Can you...
It's not precognition, it's clairvoyance. If I knew what was going to happen, would I have stayed on V? Would anyone?
So staying on V was a conscious decision. You would have acted differently if you'd known it would kill you?
Of course.
You leave the junkie wallowing in his pool of self-delusion. You roll the plastic jug over with your foot. On one side is the ominous label, processed milk-like food. On the other side is a picture of Mama Cass Elliot with the words, "Got milk?" You bend down to pick up the milk jug, and as you lift it, you see a very few tablespoons of fluid in the bottom. The yellowish liquid you suspect to be virulently unhealthy to breathe, let alone consume, and you drop the jug again. Then again, considering what was originally in the jug, it could be fresh from a processed cow-like animal. Wow, the future looks weird. Bulletproof glass-tastic windshield, lightweight armor, and an aerodynamic ergonomic design, more cargo space than a Ford Fianaccia, the brand new Hidatsu Mandibula. It's the only car ever designed to simulate a big pair of lips. Not with the new Zapstat Crook Auto Protection System. A sensor in the dashboard closes and locks the door, then reads your DNA structure. If that structure isn't in its data bank of approved passengers, it automatically applies an incapacitating 20,000-volt shock. 12 hours later, when you regain control of your muscles, if you own the car, you can just drive away. If you're a crook, the rightful owner will almost certainly have found you by then and contacted local law enforcement officials. An old-fashioned ice cream wagon is parked on the sidewalk. Just thinking of a nice cold malty pop, a tooth-numbing chocolate igloo bar, or a headache-inducing bludgesicle fills your mind with images of somebody else's happier childhood. The ice cream wagon has a large padlock on its freezer door. Did something just explode next to me? You don't have a suitable key. The young hoodlum is setting off small explosive devices larger than firecrackers but smaller than concussion grenades. Most people are inured to this kind of behavior by now, and with their flak underwear on, they're not at all that concerned about low-penetration recreational ammo.
It wasn't me.
I didn't think it was you.
You did so I could hear you a mile away. What do you want?
What's with the firecrackers?
I'm a cosmologist, and I'm recreating the Big Bang.
That's good.
No, wait. I'm J. Robert Oppenheimer, and I'm reliving my past glories as father of the atomic bomb.
That's good, too. I'm impressed.
No, wait. I'm Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and my hand is the Enola Gay.
Are you a product of the school system here?
No, man. I got it from playing computer games.
You mean educational titles?
No, stuff like Where in the History of Mass Destruction is Sandy Carmanego?
I'll take a few of those, please.
No way, I only have 474 left.
That's a lot. You could share.
Nah. Hey, you're from the late 20th century.
Yeah.
Cool, did you know the Unabomber?
Not personally.
Disappointed, the punk turns back to his explosives.
How would you like me to report you to the cops?
What cops? Besides, you're bluffing. It's written all over your face.
I'll have you know I've shoved people out of airplanes.
Just one. Stop exaggerating.
So what's on the top 40?
The top hit right now is Golden Shower and a Hot Young Chicken.
Wow. Talk about #1 with a bullet.
Ow!
What can you tell me about Dr. Duplicitous?
Wicked cool, dude. Emphasis on wicked.
Very well spoken. How old are you?
11, but really mature for my age.
I guess.
Now out of my way, I'm trying to blow up ants.
Go back to what you were doing. Don't lose a finger.
This muscular-looking man is simply relaxing and enjoying Mother Nature, or rather the meticulously reconstructed Stepford wife clone of Mother Nature.
And don't come over here thinking I'm just going to give you information about where you are or what you're supposed to be doing. He's not my friend, and I don't give a tesh whether you find a way to save him or not. Now beat it. I'm working.
Yeah, but I just wanted to ask you.
I know what you wanted to ask me, and I'm telling you, I don't know nothing about no doctor and nothing about V.
What's V?
Boy, I don't know. Now, will you beat it? I'm on a job.
What's your job?
You are one nosy little Philbin, you know that? I could make that nose a little smaller.
Okay, enough said. I understand.
You wander through the park far enough to see that this crowd of young men are engaging in a local variant of Russian roulette using a portable tape player and a Michael Bolton CD. You really don't want to get involved with them. The umbrella with the Good Humorous logo will become a common sight, promising mortal delicacies as funny bone pops, rib ticklers, and chocolate ice cream sandwiches. It's an advertisement for Pan World Airlines, the airline that's still hanging in there since deregulation. You read the bargains listed on the billboard. On one hand, it's nice to see that airfare is still cheap and accessible. On the other hand, it's troubling to see them all asterisked with the warning, "Sorry, our choice of aircraft." The scantily clad woman is swigging wine coolers and smoking small cigars. You're disturbed at the way that they're still using sex as a device to glamorize alcohol and tobacco. Then you read the text at the bottom of the billboard, and you realize that, due to the dwindling population and years of declining birth rates, they're actually trying to use tobacco and alcohol as devices to glamorize sex. The scantily clad woman is swigging wine coolers and smoking small cigars. Oh, wait, I already read that part. Is that really the same? Yep. It's the same text both times. This statue commemorates the reign of Charles V, England's famous drag queen, who is said to have ruled with an iron in his fist. Using footholds in the statue, conveniently created by the presence of meticulously carved static cling, you manage to make it to the top of the statue without injury. You look around for a while, notice nothing especially compelling from this vantage point, and slide back down to the ground. Little do you know that the reason the streets are so clean is that all disposable items typically found scattered all around the streets are now made of starch, which disintegrates quickly in the sunlight and blindingly acidic rain. Of course, the starch has a radioactive half-life of 25,000 years, but we'll figure out what to do with our daily production of 2 million tons of radioactive starch later. A panoply of modern architecture fills the horizon, startling to realize how many windows you're probably looking at, not one of them which actually opens. Uncomfortable with the thought of straying too far from the time sledge, you wander off into the city. The undrawn boundaries between neighborhoods seem even more sharply defined than the last time you were here, which at this point was decades ago. Harlem has largely been taken over by Disney. Greenwich Village is full of young Republicans, and Washington Square Park is now a sleek 5-story mall where you can buy illegal narcotics, chessboards, and supplies for the hottest new sports, online inline skating. After what seems like hours, but is in reality only 142 minutes, you return to the alley where the time sled is stashed. A large building shaped like a dead armadillo has been constructed at the other end of the block. Oh, okay, I can actually go in
May
here.
I help you?
Just looking around for the moment.
Well, okay, then I won't disturb you.
I'm already disturbed enough, thanks. You push a few buttons at random on the keypad, but you don't even know how many numbers there are in the code. Not surprisingly, the elevator fails to make an appearance. You start to press the button.
Hey, you can't go up there without a license.
You show him your driver's license and everything else in your pockets.
You don't got nothing that's gonna get you up there.
I have to be a thug, right?
You need something better than that.
Why?
Main floor, thugs and chiselers. Second floor, henchmen. Third floor, big shots, hotheads, evildoers, and teaching assistants. Fourth floor, kingpins and evildoers with mad doctorates. Fifth floor, arch enemies, arch nemesises, arch villains, arch foes, all your arches. Oh, and we got a McGonads up there too. And in the penthouse, criminal masterminds.
Dr. Duplicitous?
Hey, don't use his name. He don't like it. It makes him sound bad.
Is there some fast way for me to, move up in the ranks?
Assassination, but you being a newbie, you don't qualify for an assassination promotion for 6 months. Sorry, bud.
You wander down the hallway and into the room. A prisoner from one of the local white-collar jails is trying to do sort of a scared straight routine, but the thugs are proving to be a very rude audience, making fun of his lobster bib, his golf knickers, and his caddy. And I didn't want to be down here in the first place. I hit this by accident, so I think I'll go this way. Don't you remember what happens when you try to open a revolving door, or did the injury to your patella just knock the memory right out of you? Now that's the way to go through a revolving door. As if anybody would actually try to keep drums of hazardous waste right out here in the open. They couldn't have filled up the Grand Canyon already, could they? You go up to the barrels and try to move one of the lids, just to reassure yourself that there's nothing truly dangerous lurks inside. They seem to be tightly sealed, though, and that's just fine with you. A quaint runabout, looking as if it just pulled out of the parking lot of Spacely Sprockets, is parked on the streets. It's a gleaming new Ford Repossessa, the car that nobody can afford to keep. The extensive electrified security system prevents you from getting into the car, let alone driving it. Out of annoyance, you try to snap the antenna off and instead receive a nasty electrical shock. Way to go, Detroit! Now you're getting it! The couple is reading their menus and trying to decide between the Louis Primavera or the Corpus Delectable. You look over their shoulders and recommend the Fellatio, a teriyaki dish combining steak and avocados. The Fellatio? Oh god. That one took me too long. The Fellatio. This gentleman is lingering over what appears to be cookies and apple slices. You ask the gentleman what he's eating and he replies that it's the basketball dessert special, Biscotti Pippin. It's the ice cream man, and you admire the cut of his jib. His concealed weapon barely breaks the lines of his starched white uniform. He seems to be taking his time eating his lunch. The ice cream man crabbily informs you that he's eating his lunch and he'll be with you when he's had dessert. The women are talking about President Throckmorton's impending impeachment for letting her husband, an illegal alien, work at home without being paid taxes and Social Security over and above what he earned on a suspicious real estate investment scheme funded with soft money from the Iraqis. The worst thing is, it's more complicated than it sounds. That's pretty heavy. They ask you how you feel about the current administration. You call their bluff and whine about the corruption, the hypocrisy, the pandering, and the broken promises. This seems to satisfy them. They nod enthusiastically and go back to proposing their own analyses.
Excuse me, what are you having?
Soup.
What kind of soup is it?
Broth of a boy.
Intriguing.
I'd like another glass of near water, please.
I'm...
Oh, you're not my waiter. I'm sorry.
She looks at you even harder.
You're definitely not my waiter. You're from a long time ago.
I'm probably old.
Oh, you're older than I am. Sorry, I'm a little slow.
How did you know?
Well, you can't very well keep a secret from me, can you? I know what you think.
Are you taking Voyatrazine, or are you just highly intuitive?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm not very intuitive. No, I take a little nip of the V from time to time, for my glaucoma, you know.
I didn't realize it was good for glaucoma.
It's not, but who cares?
You want to talk to me again? So much talking for such a little Jake.
What's for lunch?
I'm just finishing up the Black Widow special.
You're eating spiders?
Silly, I'm eating my husband.
Have you ever heard of Dr. Duplicitous?
Oh, I know a lot of doctors, dear. To tell you the truth, I can't remember one from the other.
This doctor is a drug pusher.
I'm afraid that doesn't help me, dear.
He invented Voyatrazine.
Goodness, I don't know who invents what, dear. I just pop them. I've got amphetamines, barbiturates, intoxicants, euphorics, painkillers, you name it. All legal, mind you. You won't find any of those contrabands playing here.
She looks through her purse.
Yep. Caffeine, tranquilizers, sleeping pills, apricot brandy, aspirin.
I was about to say, we can't stop here. This is old bat country.
What can you tell me about Voyatrazine?
That's one of my pills. They're expensive, but they have the coating, you know, so they're easy to swallow.
What does it do to you?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose they told me at one time.
Where do you get it?
A nice young man from the organization comes around every month and sells me whatever he says I need.
Do you have any with you?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Most of my pills are at home. But don't you go doing any of them now. You're a young man. You don't need those things. You want...
There we go.
I haven't heard that name in years. It sounds so much nicer.
What's it called?
Shady Hood.
Do you know why they changed it?
It had something to do with the city owing a lot of money. The city changed its name and moved the boroughs around and tried to pretend it was some other city that didn't know where New York had gone.
Did it work?
No, dear, but they sold the name and paid off the debt.
So there's still a New York City?
Yes, but it's in Tokyo.
Okay, I just wanted to say hello. Hello. Bye.
You leave the old lady to her meal. As Harry Harrison prepared you for in Make Room, cannibalism has come into vogue here in the future. But be wary, lots of places advertise home cooking, but how many truck drivers do you see eating here? As you look at the sign, a man runs out of the restaurant.
Grilled chicken Caesar salad is people. It's people.
Actually, technically, that'd be home cooking. Which anybody in there who knows any kind of French will go, what? You walk over and peek in the window of the Brass Knuckle. Turns out to be a supply store for body replacement parts. They have bins of hip replacements, open stock knee joints, a line of fine cheekbones, extra fine available for an extra price, skull plates designed with your mind in mind, and a selection of mid-priced shoulders and wrists for those with an eye for arms. They've also got a little selection of eyes-only brand spy and novelty eyes available in infrared, night vision, minicam, and squirting. Naturally, they also stock brass knuckles, brass bras, and brass cojones. You walk around and browse the prosthetics until the eeriness gets to you, prompting you to leave. That metal garage door is adorned with a painting of that all-too-familiar camel Joe tattoo. He's covered with tattoos, and he's saying, "Kids, you should only get a tattoo if you want to say to the world, I'm grown up and I can make my own choices." You cross the corridor and pull up on the metal door, but it's locked. How cyclical. This tattoo parlor has a dragon on it, almost as if the building itself has been tattooed. Wonder if most customers pick up on that. An awning, the fridge of which identifies this place as the Tattootoria, hangs over the entrance to the parlor and makes the place look slightly more respectable. In Chinese culture, the dragon is a benevolent spirit, so here you have a dragon giving this building a great big ol' hug. Duh. Nice to know that the company has seen fit to come out with classic New Coke, because New Coke was pretty bad, and classic New Coke was even worse. Still, these days, nothing goes down better than new classic Coke. Marketing majors take note. This strategy has proven much more successful than the competitor's latest, the choice of yet another next newest generation. Well, I'll be damned if we'll let him turn this into Leave It to Jake, the computer game. Okay, sure that meant something. And it's the same thing. You can't read the billboard, but someday, if you're lucky, you and people all over the United States will recognize this as the symbol for Godco, the parent corporation. Unfortunately, you've left your future past future dictionary in the past. Not a good place for it. Like turning right side up on a carnival ride, the world unfolds into normalcy. A couple of seconds later, that's the line when I hit the ground. A panoply of modern architecture fills the horizon, starting to realize, yeah, that's the same one. They're reusing dialogue, Mom! By this time, incredibly strict emissions guidelines enacted just a few years earlier have made a dramatic difference in the skies all over the country. Thanks to the Blue Skies Restoration Act of 2005, 100% of vehicle and industrial emissions are now tinted robin's egg blue. You know what? That's genius. We should really get to that. I think I could deal with inhaling, gobs of smog if it was a pretty color. The single most horrific news about this future is emblazoned on these posters. Star Trek 25, the search for Spock's prostate. Even if you were to take one of these posters back with you, no one will ever believe you. They'll think you've printed it up as a horrible joke. Which is kind of funny, because we still have Star Trek and it's actually good. What a shame that you probably won't live to see the film My Dinner with Android. As much as you'd like to take one of these posters as a souvenir, you'd feel disloyal to the original Wallace Shaw widescreen spectacular. Oops, sorry, didn't do what I thought I was going to do. Going into the tattoo parlor, watching him tattoo a potato. The shop is small but clean and not at all seedy the way you'd expect a tattoo parlor to be. Sitting at the counter is a preoccupied young man who hardly seems to notice your entrance.
Are you talking to me?
You think you're from the past. You are from the past. Huh.
Oh, it's a pear. As a test of his skills, Hervé is attempting to do some highly detailed work on the skin of this pear.
That's a lovely pear you have there.
Yeah, well, I did a little too much THC when I was a kid, and I'm paying for it now.
No, I mean the pear you're working on. You're doing a great job. I have to hand you a lot of credit, which probably doesn't come as a surprise.
Thank you. I hope you don't mind if I don't bask in the glory of your appreciation.
On and on until the break of dawn. The puns don't stop until the stream is gone. Hervé looks up at you over his glasses with an expression that says, I am a brooding young artiste, and if you touch my pear, I will retaliate. Ladies and gentlemen, the 90s definition of a hipster.
These inks are not edible.
I see, so it's okay to force the ink into one skin repeatedly with a hollow needle, but you wouldn't want to take any internally.
Right.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
No, I mean...
Thank...
The tattoo artist, Hervé Kyoso, is meticulously tattooing some fresh produce. He seems utterly intent on his work.
Yes?
How?
Voyatrazine. V. You don't have it in your time. Or you may have just gotten it if your friend has sold any. Now, let's see. You're either going to ask me how much the tattoos cost, whether or not I know a certain doctor who shall remain nameless, what I can tell you about an antidote for voyatrazine, why I do what I do, what you should do if you want to buy a tattoo, or you're simply going to bring the conversation to an abrupt end.
There's a guy around the corner who doesn't look too good.
Yeah, Uncle Captain. He's in the advanced stages.
Why do you call him Uncle Captain?
He once told me he used to be a captain, and he reminds me of an uncle of mine. Yes?
How much are the tattoos?
They start at $50. Don't be so surprised.
I wasn't.
Right.
Do you know a Dr. Duplicitous?
It's not my business, but if you value your life, don't go around asking about him.
If I wanted to find him...
Sorry, I can't help you.
Thanks a whole hell of a lot.
Whatever happens to you and your friend actually happened a very long time ago. The two of you are dust. You're long dead and buried. I've got a business and a life in the here and now that I'd like to hang on to for a while.
That's cold.
I'm cold? That's very good. We're paying for your sins here, and we're cold. Look at this place. Look at this city. Look at this planet. You like it? You proud of it? It's what we inherited from you. Did anyone stop for a moment and wonder what really was going to happen when the gas ran out? Did you cut back to give yourselves more time to come up with answers? Or did you just plow headfirst into the wall, accelerating up until the last second, bam, one day it's just gone? Did you wonder what your great-great-great-grandchildren were going to do to heat themselves in the winter?
Global warming? I'm sorry, you set me up for that one.
Oh, we found our solution. We burn garbage. Breathe deep while you sleep. Breathe deep. Pardon me. I have to get back to work.
What was that horrible banging sound behind me? Oh, that was the anvil dropping. Little heavy there, guys. Just a little heavy.
What can you tell me about voyatrazine?
Can't live with it, can't live without it.
You like it?
I admire it. It's a magnificent idea. It's more than just physically addictive or psychologically addictive. It's socially addictive. Wish I'd thought of it. Yes?
What compels you to tattoo?
Nothing. What gave you that idea?
You seem like a tortured artist.
Wonderful. I'm a cliché.
Oh, you kind of are.
Yes.
I'd like to buy a tattoo.
Look around. Let me know which one you want to buy. Yes?
There's a guy around the...
Yeah.
What's he in the advanced stages of?
Take V long enough. You start needing more and more. Soon, it doesn't matter how much you do, and that's the end. Uncle Captain's ready.
Is there some way I can help him?
Hervé shakes his head.
Nothing to be done.
There's no way to get it out of your system?
They've talked about coming up with one for years, but I don't think they have one yet.
I like that one with the grid and the jagged line going down off the bottom. Is it just a design or does it have some significance?
That's Ross Perot's popularity, as illustrated in an easy-to-read chart.
This design features a brain against a background of the American flag and a banner wrapped around the brain that says, "Don't blame me, I voted for a carbon-based life form."
I like that one. What's this symbol with the acronym NMLPAC at the bottom?
It's the Nike Men's Liberation Political Action Committee. They've only been sponsoring it forever.
Are all the political action committees corporately sponsored?
The corporations have to sponsor PACs if they want to qualify for corporate welfare.
What's this symbol for Landville, USA?
That was originally Nevada. Then, since the whole country's nuclear waste was being dumped there anyway, they decided to make the whole state one big landfill. Once the landfill was full, they covered it with sod and turned it into a huge housing development. But Landfill USA didn't attract many buyers, so they changed it to Landville. The prices are excellent, and the houses are always warm in the winter, but the smell isn't so good.
I like the image of the Statue of Liberty, the one that says light it, but I can't tell what the statue's doing.
She's lighting New Jersey.
Why?
To burn off the top layer.
Excuse me, but what's the significance of that design? The one that says, wow, with all the lumpy red A's around it.
That's upside down.
I love that design with the large twin rock formation. Where is that?
That's Glowwater National Park. I've heard those rocks are actually man-made.
I've never heard of it. Where is it?
On the Susquehanna River in Pennsylvania. Used to be a power plant there.
I don't recognize the character on this design.
That's the mascot for Adventure World LA.
Adventure World LA?
First, they made LA a maximum security prison, but then the government realized it was missing a financial opportunity. So they turned it into one of those drive-through zoos where you could see the wildlife in their own natural setting.
That's not a half-bad idea.
This looks like a Rorschach.
Close. It's a roadkill.
I like this monogram in the shape of a lounge chair.
That's the logo for my line of designer chaise lounges. They're very popular with wealthy foreigners. You can find them on the piazzas and verandas of villas all throughout Europe.
You mean?
Yes. I'm the inventor of the Hervé Villa chaise.
You realize I'll have to kill you now.
I think you're entitled.
With both fists, you beat a tattoo on Hervé. Grabbing a model plane off a shelf and whacking him repeatedly with it, you hear him scream, the plane, as he blacks out. A moment later, you shake your head and realize it's all been a bad dream. You're still in the shop, and Hervé is still laboring away.
I really like that Elvis clone tattoo with the little number underneath.
You have to show me your DNA sequencer card. I can only give that tattoo to true Elvis clones. Sorry, man, it's my license if I don't check.
Do many people get this stamp out censorship tattoo?
No, censorship isn't a problem here.
You're lucky. Back where I'm from, some libraries or schools banned books like Huckleberry Finn, Uncle Tom's Cabin, Catcher in the Rye.
Huckleberry who? Uncle Tom's what? Catcher in the where?
Never mind. Why are all these cherubs carrying a ribbon with the name Wychick on it, with all these flowers and hearts and things?
Private Wickick. Never heard of him? His story came out about 20 years after the Gulf War. He had served, and when he came home he got sick, but the government denied the existence of Gulf War syndrome and refused to treat him. But they did give him a discharge for chronic bodily aroma of biological and chemical warfare agents, which rendered him offensive to the other men. They insisted that he must have come into contact with these materials in civilian life, which meant during his previous job as an assistant manager at McDonald's. The VA hospitals wouldn't take him because they determined that his ailments were actually due to friendly fire, which comes under the heading of tough luck, and that the local hospitals at the time should have tended to Wickick's injuries. Those would have been hospitals in Kuwait, but Kuwait wouldn't take him because of his religion. By the time he died, the Department of Defense issued a one-line statement. Let's just forget there ever was a Private Wickick, okay? They refused to bury him in Arlington National Cemetery, but they did agree to chip in for flowers. From petty cash, of course, since by then they had erased any knowledge of a Private Wickick from their computers and couldn't actually assign any money to his case.
That's an incredible story.
Wouldn't it be a bitch if it was true? I made it up, but now there are about 500 people walking around with this guy's name on their arms. That's art, man. I'll be dead, and people will still be talking about poor Private Wickick.
I feel you, man.
The little sheep tattoo is nice and tasteful.
Hervé says nothing, but whistles a few notes of I've got you under my skin. This design is very unusual. It appears to be a tray of food on 4 monster wheels, rearing up and snarling.
That's the symbol for the People's Alternative Wheels for Meals program. They're a radical splinter group violently opposed to Meals on Wheels, and they've declared a senior citizen meal delivery jihad. Very ugly business.
I would pay money to see that.
Kevin Costner?
He was very popular. Everyone overlooked the English accent thing, and they still think of him as the president that got our troops back from Canada in '16. What did they call that war again? The war to make all other wars seem silly by comparison? What a naive slogan that turned out to be, eh?
I don't understand that design.
That design's very complicated, and you have to get it on the tops of your feet.
Doesn't look like much of anything to me.
Cross your eyes.
Oh, dolphins.
Okay.
The design of the Earth with a knife through it? Isn't that kind of old-fashioned and tacky?
Old-fashioned? How could the insignia for Project Earthstab be old-fashioned? We just developed the technology a couple of years ago, and they say the space knife won't be finished for another 40 years.
That frightens the shit out of me.
This looks like a Rorschach.
Close. It's a roadkill.
What does that design say, the one with the U-shaped dotted line?
Push thumb in, pull flap up.
I love the detail on that eagle with the submachine guns. Is that for a biker club or a motorcycle?
No, that's the Postal Service's new insignia.
That's a nice crucifix, but who is that on it?
Ever since Disney bought out the Roman Catholic Church, that damn mouse is all over the place. Be our blessed, put our Savior to the test. I tell you, nothing sacred is sacred anymore.
That's another one that would frighten me a lot more if I didn't think it was actually going to happen.
This is the second design of a dog I've seen. This one's a Chihuahua, and there's that one of a poodle puppy on display in your front window, right?
Right.
The tattoos in this time period aren't nearly as macho as the ones in my time period.
These are macho.
Oh, come on. How macho is that doggy in the window?
Hervé gives you a dirty look and guns the motor on his torture device. Good God.
Can you really tattoo a dollar bill this realistically?
That's not a design. That's the first dollar I ever made.
There are a lot of corporate logos here. I wouldn't think people would want these as tattoos.
The corporations pay pretty well if they think you're good looking and the tattoo is big enough. A lot of women get a big Taco Bellissimo tattooed up their bodies. They get paid enough not to have to work all year, as long as they agree to run around during spring break with their tops off.
And that's effective marketing?
Hell no. It's just an excuse for the guys from Taco Bellissimo to go to spring break and hang out with a lot of very grateful topless women.
You know what?
The skull and...
Very nice, very traditional.
Thank you. It's popular among the NTs.
The who?
The NTs. Neurotoxics. You know, the people with the blood with the toxic fumes. They go to a hospital for something routine. Next thing you know, half the staff is lying around unconscious. They think it has something to do with that new fat substitute that's made with formaldehyde and benzene.
And a reference to Olestra.
Who's the woman in the crosshairs?
Martha Stewart III. One of the fabric companies issued a fatwa on her for her latest book on decorating. Something about her insulting their cloth.
Sounds like the work of Muslim extremists. That Starfield design is amazing, but it's so large. Where do people put it?
On their backsides. That gives them the freedom to launch into the old expanding universe routine.
And how do they explain the...
They say it's a crack in the space-time continuum.
What's an ether card, and what does this sign mean? We do ether card magnetic particle tattoos.
Ether card? It's got your bank account, your credit lines, your communication codes, your medical history, basically your life. I can tattoo the magnetic strip on your fingertip, so you don't have to worry about losing your card.
What a good idea.
Sort of. Except now the muggers are cutting off people's pinkies.
Olestra was a fat substitute put forward by Frito-Lay and several other food manufacturers around the turn of the 2000s that was supposed to be much less... my understanding was it was a fat substitute, so you didn't actually get as much fat out of your food, so you could eat more of it and the material would just pass harmlessly through your system rather than getting picked up and making you gain weight. The problem they found with it was that it caused spontaneous anal leakage and explosive diarrhea if it was consumed too much or if you were chemically sensitive to it. They had to ship bags of fucking Lay's and Doritos with "this product may cause anal leakage." I shit you not, and no pun intended. And you know what the funny thing is? Olestra's still on the market. They just don't label it anymore. They watered down the formula some so that it doesn't cause quite such a violent reaction, and it's still out there. It's a fat substitute, chemical fat substitute. It just, you don't see it very often because, yeah, people don't buy products that make them shit their pants spontaneously. Yeah, I don't think anybody's using it in any notable quantities anymore. It's still out there. It's just, it's one of those things. It's like saccharin. Even if they figure out it's not dangerous for you, nobody's going to use it.
What's an ether?
Sort.
Hervé looks at you somberly.
You don't have any money.
But I have a good heart.
I only take money.
What's that symbol with the IHU?
That's the International Humans Union. The look for the human label people.
Why is there a trademark symbol next to the word love on that design?
That's the Microsoft Love symbol. Those of us running Windbrain on an implant need MS Love if we want to be compatible with other Windbrain users. Ow.
What's wrong?
It's those damn dongles.
This looks like a Rorschach.
Close.
This design is a strange multicolored blotch, somewhat symmetrical, but not entirely.
This looks like a Rorschach.
Close. It's a roadkill.
So there's like 3 of those.
This tattoo design looks like something out of Norman Rockwell.
Exactly.
Can you do that? Legally?
Nobody's going to mistake it for a real Norman Rockwell. He did almost none of his paintings on skin.
P&G is marketing its sucrose ester products under the brand Safos for use as an industrial lubricant and paint additive. Because Olestra is made by chemically combining sugar and vegetable oil, it releases no toxic fumes and could potentially become a safe and environmentally friendly replacement for petrochemicals in those applications. It is currently used as a base for deck stains in it. Yeah, and we ate this for like a year before it mostly got pulled off the market. We consumed this en masse. I ate whole bags of this stuff. I didn't have very many side effects. I know people who 3 Olestra chips and they were on the John. Like, I won't even get into details because nobody wants to hear that. But let me just say the reaction was unpleasant. Very unpleasant. Yeah, the things we've eaten. You know, as somebody points out, Splenda came around as a mistake during processing pesticides, or so the story goes. I eat pesticide like mad. I eat Splenda like mad. I don't eat pesticides. I don't think that story's true. Yep. My understanding was Olestra essentially coated the inside of the colon, which was part of the problem, why it caused so many reactions. It basically got into your intestine and wouldn't go anywhere, and it fucked up all sorts of absorption and pickups, which would cause, yeah, numerous issues, especially if you ate tons and tons and tons of it and it built up. But anyway, enough about talking about explosive diarrhea and anal seepage, okay? Can we move on? Because I'm going to move on whether you guys want to or not. In the chat, you're free to talk about it. Shoot the shit all you want, but chung. I'm moving on. It's the sleek new Trandix Paint and Stain 3000. If it's Trandix, you know it's powerful enough to tattoo sheet metal, but why would you want to?
Please, the exquisitometer is very precisely set for the proper balance of pain and stain.
I don't want to argue the politics of the FDA. Not tonight. I could go on for days. The Paint and Stain 3000 solid-state safety scanner automatically shuts off the power whenever the galvanic skin response of the subject reveals imminent meltdown. The Paint and Stain 3000 solid-state skin sensor automatically brings the combustion-powered needle to roaring to life the moment it detects an organic substance pressed against the tip. As you quietly reach over towards the Paint and Stain, Hervé reaches over with the tattooing gun and comes within a centimeter of tattooing something on your forearm. This is probably a subtle hint. It's a bottle of dye. Have some. You mix a drop of green and a drop of blue and get 2 drops of bluish green. You mix the drops of yellow and red and get 2 drops of orange. I could be at this all day. You move the waste can, shaking its contents slightly to see if anything really valuable rises to the top or was hidden underneath. Your search is fruitless. At Hervé's side is a waste can filled with moist towelettes, bloody or stained tissues, and other delightful tattooing byproducts. You gingerly poke through the top layer of trash in the waste can. There's nothing worth taking, and you're unwilling to dig further. Well, that was fruitless. Actually, it was fruit. There was enough fruit, but you know.
Hey, you could go to jail for what you were just thinking.
Does the...
Yeah, but not how you think it does.
I don't...
No, I guess you don't, do you? As long as I have information that's going to help you.
Do you?
Wow, that isn't...
What did I say?
I thought I had problems. You think you're from the past.
His laugh dissolves into a deep, raspy cough.
Can I get you something?
Go away.
How did...
V, V.
V?
You don't know V? It's voyatrazine. You know voyatrazine. That's why you're here, isn't it? Find the cure for voyatrazine?
Right. Do you know where I can find the cure?
No such thing. Your friend's hearing all the voices.
Right.
That's how it starts. If he lives. He'll be a vegetable in about 3 days. Most like to take care of it before that.
How many people?
1 in 50, maybe.
Sounds like Burgess Meredith.
Hey, you...
Sorry,
You're not that sorry. Nobody ever is.
This is actually a very bleak and depressing chapter.
Hey.
Does the...
Yeah.
Can you...
It's not precognition, it's clairvoyance. If I knew what was going to happen, would I have stayed on V? Would anyone?
So staying on V...
Of course.
Alright, did I talk to everything about...
What now? I'm trying to network here.
Who are you?
Who's asked?
Stonebeck.
Rats. Excuse. I don't get... I know what. But why?
What's voyatrazine?
I don't know.
I know it exists. I know what it does.
I know you know it exists. Look, I'll be straight with you because I can read your mind and you can't read mine, and because you're not sticking around here long enough to be a problem for me. So, here's the deal. Nobody ever kicks V. You take it once, that's all. You're on it for life.
Why does anyone take it?
There's no warnings on the labels, fruitcake. By the time word got around that it was a one-way deal, we had no choice. You had to take it or you were at this terrible disadvantage when it came to everything. There's a few people who aren't on it yet, who were just bluffing their way through it, or else they just stay away from any kind of conflict. It's gonna kill us all eventually anyway.
Well, that's good to know. Humanity is doomed. Humanity is doomed. Everyone sing the song. Humanity is doomed. This is the spacious and overchilled underworld center, home of the organization and many of its related vendors, law firms, and subsidiaries. A packet of cards sits on the counter. Despite her wide-eyed, slightly manic bearing, Lorene, the Underworld Center's pleasant and perky receptionist, is much smarter than she looks. Pictures just don't do her justice.
May I help you, Mr. Stonebender?
Is everybody in this town on voyatrazine or what?
Just about. I really like knowing what people think of me. I think it's so important when you have a people job like I do, you know? You should really try it before you go back to your own time. And really, the chances are quite good that it won't kill you the way it's killing your friend. Now, which answer did you want?
What is this place?
This is the Underworld Center, regional headquarters for the organization and its wholly owned subsidiaries.
What sort of subsidiaries?
Law firms, advertising agencies, sports franchises, the liberal media, the radical right, the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of the United States government, and several thousand related industries.
What does the organization do?
We're a philanthropic establishment devoted to the attainment of social well-being through a return to family values.
Really? That sounds worthwhile. Family value?
That's correct. All the donations go towards increasing the value of the Corleone family.
This is all on the up and up, right?
Well, what do you mean?
I mean, it's all legal.
Oh, not all the time. But whenever we're informed of the illegality of one of our fundraising techniques, we make sure to have the law taken off the books. We haven't found them all yet, but we're working on it.
Thank you for the information.
My pleasure. Do drop in again.
I'm probably going to drop in several times.
Sir?
Where do I find Dr. Duplicitus?
I'm sorry, there is no Dr. Duplicitus today. Perhaps I can help you with something.
Maybe. I'm looking for some sort of antidote to voyatrazine.
Yes, I know that struck me as so funny. We don't make anything like that. I don't even think there would be a demand for it.
Wouldn't Dr. Duplicitus be the one to speak to? He invented voyatrazine, didn't he?
I believe that's just a rumor. You know, we do have a number of criminal masterminds and consulting evil geniuses who might be able to teach you to create something yourself.
Really? How long would that take?
Well, it would involve joining us here and taking classes, working your way up with everyone else. But I'm sure a bright young man like yourself would move up very quickly. And just to help your friend, I think it's wonderful.
What if I want to join the organization?
Mm-hmm. Well, it costs nothing to sign on. If you meet a number of very basic requirements, you can join and we'll send you a class catalog and a fee schedule in several days. In the meantime, you'd have a basic 10th class thug membership so you can begin to take advantages of the activities and facilities. Wonderful.
Before you can say a word, she's got your arm in an iron grip and quickly, expertly fingerprints you. She whips out a form and starts firing questions at you like a Gatling gun. She hands you a blank harassment voucher, shows you the sponsorship cards on the counter, and tells you to come back as soon as possible with all the paperwork filled out and your uniform. A moment later, she's shaking your hand and congratulating you. You pull the rubber band off the packet of cards. You pretend to drop it and lose the rubber band on the floor while secretly scooping it up and dropping it into your pocket.
You just stole that rubber band.
Yes. I'm sorry. Are you disappointed in me?
Heavens, no. We'd have been disappointed in you if you hadn't.
They're too small to read from here, so let's take some. You take the top card off the stack.
Robin Steele's office. I'm sorry, she's in solitary right now. May I take a message? Thank you. Wait. Let's make it a little harder this time. Take one from the center of the pack.
You cut the cards and take the one that you cut too, but you don't look at it at the face of it yet. The receptionist reaches into her shirt pocket and withdraws a small folded post-it. Post-this.
I've written a prediction on this slip of paper.
She hands you the slip, which you open and compare it to the card you took from the center of the pack.
Simply incredible.
This is a blank sponsorship card enabling some lucky devil to be your mentor. Too bad Tor's not here. He'd probably love to be your Tor mentor. Let's sigh. Darn, you missed last weekend's high school production of The Godfather. The Underworld Center management has been gracious enough to allow community event announcements to be posted inside the buildings. The heading on this page reads Open Harassments, and beneath it is a table of names, locations, and harassable offenses.
Yes, Miss Gegglesizer. I'm sorry, madam. Miss Otis called to say that she regrets she has to cancel lunch again today. But she did suggest coffee and dessert tonight after her meeting with the Retributions Department.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Note, open harassments. Note, payments made at the time of harassment must be brought to the third floor cashier's office and receipt attached to voucher when submitted. Pearl Bailey, Pearl's Necklace, late campaign contribution. Paul Barra, Quintuple A Funeral Home, late loan payment. Les Doyle, janitorial services, late personal loan. Perrier, home cooking, late protection payment. Loser, World O Ascot's, late rent payment. So the guy at Ohm Cookin' is fucked up or something? I don't know. Don't attract his attention. He's already riled over from the bad review given to Escape from Fort Wayne, 74th in the ever-popular Escape From series. A no-nonsense, no-cerebral cortex kind of guy is holding up the wall. The stone planter, carved into a bold, highly stylized eagle, looks massively heavy. You poke through the dirt in all the available crevices of the planter, but you find nothing. A creature halfway between a monkey and a blues brother sits behind the bar, idly passing the time, pretending to read and sipping coffee.
Organization, West Side Drugs and Prostitution Department. Please hold. Thank you.
Yeah? Nope.
If I hang around, am I likely to see him?
Nope.
Will you...
Nope, I don't give messages. Been in the family for generations. Good thing my great-great-great-great-grandfather picked up a pair when he had the opportunity. Scarce as hell now.
Do you know where I can get any?
Nope. I don't get it, but whatever.
This cozy little lounge offers television, snacks, cocktails, and beverages, and a chance for quiet conversation. An expensive-looking refrigerator, roughly the size of a modern modular Japanese airport hotel room, sits at the end of the bar.
You get a license and I didn't hear about it?
Not really, no.
Yeah, and with an honest attitude like that, you're not gonna. You get a... Yeah.
The overhead menu lists the snacks for sale here.
I'm sorry, sir. There's no answer at that extension. Yes, sir. Thank you. Can you spell Nunzio for me? Very good, sir. Thank you.
The menu says, we're proud to serve only 100% U.S.-grown ingredients from contented citizens. Then it goes on to list the specials, including but not limited to ground chuck patty with basil and herb, Franken beans, Reuben with chips, Amel itself, and buckwheat flapjacks and Johnny cakes with boysen berries. Ew.
Stay out of there. Unless you suddenly got yourself a license.
Nope.
That's what I thought.
You thought?
Yep.
You wander down the hallway and into the room. Okay, that's the one we already did. You wander down the hallway and into the room. Unfortunately, you've walked in during a lecture for Chemistry 105. You'll never get me, Copper. Ugh. You wander down the hallway and into a room. It's the Thug's homeroom. Some of the better papers and essays are posted on the walls. What I'd done on my summer vacation, the poison in my life would I take a bullet for, and the day I didn't see nothing at Jocko's rocket ship downstairs, I swear. You wander down the hallway and into a room. A group of thugs are learning to develop their own inimitable nervous habits, such as folding little origami dragons, or making little men out of paper matches, or walking a coin back and forth across the tops of their knuckles. It's the Office of Illicit Affairs. A woman seated behind a desk is listening to a thug who keeps demanding a refund. From what you can tell, it sounds like the man misunderstood a brochure that said the organization would send him abroad for the summer. Woo! It's a training session in progress. Half of the thugs are climbing ropes, and the other half are on the beams overhead trying to cut through the ropes with hacksaws.
Organization legal. Albrecht and McVeigh, may I help you? You got hit while chasing an ambulance? Well, we can certainly help you with that. Yo, I apologize, Mr. Albrecht. I didn't recognize your voice. Yes, I'll ring you through, sir.
It turns out to be a small vending machine cafeteria. The thugs are all sitting around watching soap operas and eating things with creamed filling inside. Ew. You wander down the hallway and into the room. You catch a couple minutes of a seminar with a local policeman speaking on the topic why it's good to cooperate with the local police instead of offing them. And that's the same one I just saw. It's a class on how to confuse bomb-sniffing and drug-sniffing dogs. The lab fee covers to fake marijuana smell frisbees, the crack-scented rawhide treat, and the tail ring that smells like plastic explosives, which makes the dog run around in circles. That would be evil. That would be massively fucking evil. I like it. You wind up interrupting a class, Philosophy 204. Hey, who's what to say, who's right, and what's wrong anyway?
I can't sponsor you, pal. I'm not what they call a member in good standing right now.
He adds that you should check back with him in a few months, that he might have his standing back by then.
I'm not in the organization. I'm just an innocent kid. Besides, they don't let kids in with my record.
Yeah, sure. What the hell, you know? What do I gotta do?
You have to sign a sponsorship card. Here.
The man fills out the card per your instructions and hands it back to you.
You satisfied? Get out of here.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
For the service with a smile.
Fuck you. The glazier, in preparation for cutting a windshield, is drawing lines on it with a magic marker. It's so nice to see that there are still individuals plying their craft with pride and care.
Yes, sir, Mr. Pooh. Oh, yes?
What you doing?
Mr. Puka over there needs another windshield.
This happens a lot, does it?
Used to be only a couple times a month. It's a little more often now that he quit the organization.
This organization intrigues me. Tell me more.
Well, they're right over there.
He indicates the big Australian-looking building.
It looks like the Sydney Opera House.
Close. It's supposed to be a bloomin' onion.
What can you tell me about them?
Well, they're delicious. You take an onion and...
Hold on, let me write this recipe down.
It's not that complicated.
He explains the process to you, and you nod politely. You were being facetious when you told him you wanted to write it down, but he must not be trying that hard to read your mind.
I meant about the organization.
Oh, well, they control pretty much everything that goes on. They're very tough, but they're consistent.
Do you know who Dr. Duplicitous is?
Hey, come on. Why are you giving me a hard time? What'd I do to you?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give you a hard time.
Okay.
Do you work for the organization?
I don't have to. I got a union. Yes?
What you doing?
Mr. Puka over...
This happens
Used to be.
This windshield intrigues me. Tell me more.
Well, they don't make them like they used to. I have a Suzuki rollover at home. It's been shot at, hit with a sledgehammer, stabbed, left out in the rain during acid storms, everything. Still looks as good as new. This defective windshield's a piece of crap. You could take one of these out with a rock. I don't know why they still let them on the street.
Sorry, didn't mean to pull you away from your work.
Yeah, don't let that happen again.
You can tell by the impact pattern of the bullet holes that whoever fired the gun wasn't giving any thought to creating a nice symmetrical impact pattern. The windshield is still attached to the car. Fortunately, you can't run nearly fast enough to need your own windshield. The maitre d' shifts among the tables, wiping off the occasional overlarge chunk of carbonized air from the seats and tables.
Welcome, monsieur. Table for one? Oh, you are not here to eat. What do you want?
Just what kind of restaurant is this, anyway?
We have been in the same location for over 2 years. That's 14 in around years. Our chef is Chef Sabiro, a graduate of the Donner School of Culinary Arts in Oakhurst, California.
Is that California?
It was, until half of the state fell into the Pacific Ocean.
Which means Blizzard wouldn't exist anymore, would they? No, that's Irvine.
Just what kind...
We have our
Calif.
It was.
Are you an organization man?
The maitre d' sneers.
If I were in the organization, I wouldn't be in the restaurant business. I'd be skimming the fat off whatever profits guys like me make. I'd be preying on the little people, the people who actually work for a living. I'd be a leech on society. I'd be scum.
So is that a no?
But rather than answer you, the maitre d' gives you an especially sour look.
What are your specials today?
Our featured appetizers tonight are Lawyer X Pate with a walnut confit and steamed mussels with saffron and fennel. For a main course, we are offering a delicious broiled Maine mobster with drawn butter and Chechen with 40 clones of Gaelic.
Is that real drawn butter?
Not really, but it is a very convincing lithograph.
Do go on. I'm fascinated.
For dessert, we have assorted Belgian tarts and a spectacular vanilla souffle, flayed right here at the table.
It all sounds delicious.
Perhaps you would like something?
Not a chance in hell. How can anybody ever decide?
It can be a problem, particularly when we have only one serving left of a particular special.
Aha.
One night, the demand got so outrageous that I had to pry 2 women apart.
Really?
Oui, they are our last 2, so we had to split them and serve them as half portions.
Thank you, I've lost my appetite.
The maitre d' returns to tending his flock. Like lambs to the slaughter. I don't do a very good evil laugh.
Oui?
Just what kind of restaurant is Callahan? How's business?
Are you from the organization?
I am aspiring to be.
Huh, what a shame. Business is fair, thank you for asking. The worst thing about being in my business is the organization, but I'm only telling you that because I know you can keep a secret. Your head is full of them.
I think I just heard somebody drop a fork.
The maitre d' frantically starts looking around, and you take the opportunity to step back and reclaim your personal space. You walk up to the man who seems to be the restaurant's maitre d'.
Pardon me, is your name by any chance Perry Ye?
Oui? Who is inquiring?
Hey, I'm here to harass you about your late protection payment.
Oh, terrific. Can't you see the lunch crowd I've got here?
I'm sorry, I'll come back after they've cleared out.
I would appreciate it.
Such a nice boy. You hand the sponsorship card over the counter to the receptionist. She checks the name against a list of approved sponsors.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stonebender, but this sponsor isn't on our list. Are you sure this sponsor is a member of the organization?
No, I'm not sure.
Well, our records indicate that he isn't.
She tears up the card.
Your sponsor must be a member in good standing of the organization. Just a little reminder for the next time. Wait. I
only hit it once. You don't have to do it twice. Grayman Italy.
Help! She's killing me!
Oh, why don't you act your age? Have a little dignity, why don't you? Now hold still, you keep moving away.
Okay.
I'm not going to sponsor you. I don't even know you.
I could introduce myself.
It wouldn't stick.
That doesn't work, but at least you tried. What doesn't work giving the sponsor card to the thug? Oop. You hand the blank sponsorship card to the receptionist.
So, what should I...
I was hoping you'd sponsor me.
She smiles and hands it back to you.
I'm sorry, no can do.
You're not the brightest one on the block, are you? Doesn't work, but at least you tried. Hervé gives the sponsorship card his patented look of dour superiority, but otherwise doesn't seem to care about it. That didn't work either. Who the fuck is left? I'm running out of people. Don't do a lot of indiscriminate scribbling. You didn't bring a sharpener. Oh, okay. It's worth a shot. Why did you have to have this signed? Why don't they just trust that you did it if you say you did it?
Are you ready to be harassed?
No, my lunch crowd is still here.
What time do you think they'll be leaving?
After lunch.
Whiz bang.
Sorry. No, I'd love to help, but I'm not in the organization.
Do I look like I wear a ponytail?
I don't know, just asking.
That's not gonna work on me. I know what you're gonna say before you say it. What a rank.
Worth a shot?
I don't throw bottles anymore. That's kid stuff.
And now we approach the guess and test portion of our show. The pleasant fellow politely informs you that he doesn't want your discarded junk. Then, as an afterthought, he adds that he probably doesn't want your carded junk either. The man begins to laugh.
Oh yeah, that's gonna work on me. Take me by surprise, right? I don't think so.
Okay.
That won't work on me.
That can't work on me. I know what you're doing before you do it. That's not gonna work on me, me bucko. Around here, you're gonna have a real hard time finding anyone who'll fall for it.
That is probably the derpiest thing I've ever heard. Well, guys, it is 6:30 now. I went a good hour and a half over what I usually do. Throw down a save. I need to be looking at food. I need to be looking at 7 o'clock and dealing with other things. We're headed into prime time here, so I'm going to need to bid you a fond farewell for the evening. It has been whiz-bang golly gee fun having you around. I mean that. I do mean that. Everybody who's been in, you've been wonderful. More than wonderful. Several times more than wonderful. Dozens times more than wonderful. Wonderful to infinity and beyond, as it were. So, that said, I am Flynn Church, and this is the Church of Flynn. We broadcast near every weekday, starting between noon and 5 and ending between noon and 5. We went long tonight because, by God, I felt like it. We play retro games, we play adventure games, we play all sorts of things. Yes, I don't even know what this exactly is. You hit P and you get this, and I don't know what that means. I don't want to mess with it either. God only knows what it might do. We are probably not broadcasting this weekend for a whole variety of reasons. But if you like what you see, you can follow us by clicking the follow button there on the Twitch player, or by coming over and following us on Twitter. You'll get much the same information at Flynn_Church. If you have a game suggestion you'd like to throw our way, you can hit me directly by sending me a private message. Click my name on the viewer list here on the Twitch chat, and you'll get a message option. Otherwise, it has been wonderful, and as I always like to say on the way out of the cast, may the company be wonderful, may the food be delightful, may the weather be dashing, may your days be whatever you want them to be. Until we meet again, I am Flynn Church, and when I speak to you the next time, I'll speak to you again. Good day.